Exactly. Guys, I think I would be a nice new character in Raycraft. Can I somehow put myself? No, too weird. I think I would be a nice character in Path of Exile 2. Like, imagine, you can play a turkey! For games all over the world. Game rewards or something. I thought it's in December. Oh, Steam Black Friday sale started! Let's check. Let's fucking check. We should fucking check. Are we live? Yeah, we're live. I think we're live. We're super, super live. I thought it's tomorrow, guys. I thought Steam Black Friday is happening tomorrow. But going to make more money, is that even possible? It is possible. Easy peasy. There is no such thing. No, I don't know. Path of Exile 2 is not on sale. At least for me. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, here we're super live. Here we're gonna try to be super live. Who's celebrating Thanksgiving today, guys? Path of Exile 2 is on sale April 1st. Let's say May. Let's say give it May, dude. Give it May. Some of my wish list games are minus 70%. Fuck, I want a game that I forgot how it's called. Yeah, Anna, the best freaking shopping person. Oh, we're still live. We're still live. Fuck. Roast turkey and 2 days off. Tomorrow, I will be getting myself my fitness education on sale. Turkey is going on fitness education on sale. Insanity. And tomorrow we're gonna probably have a Christmas stream. Maybe. Now I have my doubts, guys. We will need to brainstorm it today. Are we doing the Christmas stream tomorrow or we're doing it on Tuesday? Next week on Tuesday. Or Monday. Or Tuesday. Something like this. I hope you disguise into Santa Claus. On the Christmas, guys, we're gonna have the stream from a German Christmas market. And the problem is, like, I am, because I am an insane and worrying way too much all the time. The problem is that I'm, like, I don't know when specifically to do it. Why the fuck there is no chat? I literally put it. No? Type something? Yeah, here it is. Oh, it's snowing. Fucking not snowing. We're in Germany. It never snows. It never snows. 70. But you're going under the Path of Exile logo. Here we go. Did you get a new Christmas dress? No. Konstantin, hi. I talked with a friend, and she is like with a friend from Russian community here, and maybe, I don't know, we will be like celebrating New Year together, or maybe yeah, maybe no, I don't know. We like no plans so far, but maybe. But she said a phrase like, I need a new dress to celebrate New Year. And I'm like, no! But tomorrow is Black Friday. Maybe everyone will be shopping. On the other hand, gamers do not go outside anyway. Gamers will be shopping online. This is one thing. The second thing is like, but on the other hand, tomorrow there will be the opening of the Christmas market in Nuremberg, and they're gonna have the 17:30. I find out they're gonna be like some concert in the center of Nuremberg. But maybe they're gonna be shit tons of people because of that. So I don't know. Like, you see, I'm going nuts and I'm panicking and I don't know when to do it. Tomorrow or next week. No, for real. Like, you go outside. How many times? Like, I told you. Like, I said many times, go touch the grass. Now there is no grass. Now there's shit outside. And you anyway don't go. So, could I be a new character? Play a turkey. Outside, that's where my job is. But does it count? Going to work and from work, this is not like actually going outside. Outside, you know, it's when you go and touch the grass and you see sun and you like even spend time there and enjoy it. So, we're officially kind of live everywhere. Back. There is a new epic Konstantin. Hi, YouTube. Hi, x66 people. You are sexy. And happy Thanksgiving. And there is something super interesting supposed to be. There is one interview that I haven't seen. Grass to be ruined. Ja, und die Wette ist scheiße.
It Hey, what's up, guys?
I think that should be this one,
beginning
with the
of
sorceress.
making content for Path of Exile 2.
Belupa, hi. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy Turkey Day. Drop the turkeys everywhere.
Hey, what's up, guys? So this, I guess, is the beginning of making content for Path of Exile 2. Been kind of taking some time recently thinking about how I want to approach this, because I really want to do this right and in my own way. And that's going to be a lot of just talking from my perspective and not trying to fulfill the algorithm and clickbait and all that type of stuff. I just tried it in the past and it does not spark joy. It's not what I want to do. I just want to talk to you guys about, you know, a game that I love and share the things, my thoughts about it and what I think is cool about it and, you know, teach stuff and have fun along the way. So what I'm going to be sharing with you guys today is my playthrough at the playtest that GGG did a couple weeks ago. It was under embargo until a couple days ago, and we actually had to edit the footage, send it over, and Jonathan was personally reviewing all of it. So this is Jonathan Rogers approved footage. The unique thing here is I am one of the only, if not the actual only content creator that has now played Path of Exile 2 all the way from ExileCon, the most recent one. I don't know when that was, a year and a half ago. I've been to every single playtest, including the most recent one. And in fact, the only other PoE content creators that I know were at the last playtest were me, MP Havoc, Big Ducks, and then, you know, some ARPG people, you know, like Darth Microtransaction, but no like pure PoE people. So that's all of us that were there. I think I have kind of a unique perspective here in that I've played all the playtests. I've seen it from ExileCon where I was like, oh, I don't know if this game is it going to be what I want it to be? I was kind of scared at ExileCon. It was very overtuned, we'll say. You know, it was very rougher state. They were figuring things out. I can very honestly and genuinely say after this most recent playtest, I am quite excited for PoE2. However, I'm not going to glaze it. I'm not going to hide the things that I think I'm a little worried about. I am not like 100% think this is going to be a perfect game. I think there's a lot of stuff that PoE1 offers that this one is trying to diverge from, and I am going to try to call that out. Now, maybe not all that much in this video, but you know, I'm gonna give you guys my thoughts and concerns. So yeah, anyway, long intro long. Let's just get right into it, and I'll start talking about, you know, what my thoughts are as I go through the playtest. What I'm gonna be doing in this video is talking over some parts, kind of pausing it, pointing some things out, and then kind of just letting the gameplay play. Like I'll take the camera off the screen, let the gameplay play for a couple minutes. You can kind of just immerse yourself. So yeah, let's get started. And hopefully the volume levels and everything are good. So going into this playtest, we can see that we have Sork, Warrior, Ranger, Witch, Mercenary, and Monk. These are the classes that are going to be coming out on December 6th. And I had previously played all of the other classes except for the Mercenary. This is the first time I've had a chance to play the Mercenary. There's a quick little intro animation here kind of showing the general idea of how the character works. And I just want to give it a shot. And in fact, we're going to try to save some time here. Everyone's seen that animation. We're not going to let that play again. So the first skill that you get is the fragmentation rounds. It's just a default
Mercenary with Saw, guys. I want the Sorceress.
Let it play a little bit here. Soul Self-Found racing perspective, like this is always the right play. But there are, you know, inefficient methods of play that could be, you know, turn your brain off even more and you get your Netflix on. And I think that everything's happening, and that's how I'm going to be using my different skills dynamically in combat. And for example, Fortress right here. This is one of the cool support gems that it actually makes your flame wall summon, or anything else like ice wall as well, summon in a circle. So you can use this to encircle enemies, encircle yourself, encircle an ally, and then like we'll see this later on when I'm playing with MP. I am putting this around the monsters, and then MP is shooting as a mercenary through my flame wall and then boosting his shots. And there's a lot of interesting additional utility that you can get here through these support gems instead of just, oh, I'm going to put elemental focus and control destruction on every single skill gem. Just to, you know, even if you're using multiple damaging skills, you'd end up using, you know, you'd use similar support gems. Instead, you have to be very intentional and thoughtful about how you're picking your support gems for your different utility skills. And at least
you have recommended ones, guys. You have recommended.
That this played out until, like, I've only gotten to the end of Act 2 so far.
The game can, like, just literally like, also help you to progress. But the way that's played out, at least in this playtest, was I had a lot of fun playing around with the different support gems. As always, how it works out in an end game, we'll see. Really, really cool thing. So freeze in this game is incredibly, again, everything through the context of only playing through the first 2 acts, but freeze in this game is incredibly powerful. Hey, freeze. Yeah,
trying to feel things out slowly
gameplay.
One by one. All right, so I did not mouse over all of these. You can see the scroll bar. There are a lot of support gems, and a good chunk of these say coming soon as well. There are so many. There's going to be a lot of differentiation and potential for, you know, one of my favorite things in Path of Exile 1 has always been customize your build for yourself. Like, hey, people ask me, hey, should I use Steel Skin on automation or cast some damage taken? Even little things like that, you can customize them in a way that fits your playstyle. All right, like if you're in hardcore and you got to play really intentionally and slowly around your cooldowns, cast some damage taken, or even manually casting it as the play. If you're in softcore and you're running 1 billion miles an hour, automation for your steel skin could be fine. Like it's not a bad choice, but it could be fine. And I think that type of decision making, and like there's a lot of conversation about like, you know, from the hardcore solo self-found racing perspective, like this is always the right play. The hearts and Path of Exile 2, they're giving you more tools to do this. This is a new skill called Ember Fusillade. Unfortunately, I was with my gearing, I was like really pushed into cold skills, but I kind of wish I went into fire because some of these fire skills they're beautiful and really
Show
cool.
me the sorceress.
I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
Yeah, that's funny, but it's taking a long time. Okay.
But as you can see, my cold is just so strong. But oh my god, the animation is just gorgeous. Like
to gather it. So on the map, when the monsters are closing faster, you won't be able to use it.
Walking around and self-casting Ice Nova, you're gonna see a lot of that. It just ended up being the strongest tool, unfortunately, for me a lot of time. Here's another boss, just showing how strong I am. This is about halfway through Act 1.
Firewall.
Of the Eternals,
Well, yeah, like the I don't know. This is clearly a fidelity upgrade, a huge fidelity upgrade.
I want to play the Demon Lady, so I hope that will be my first.
Freeze is so
look
strong.
at me, the Demon Lady. They're already there.
So you can see in the upper left corner, building up the freeze. See those debuffs right there. We also now have the damage numbers. I can go back a little bit. You can see the damage numbers up here. You can see their weaknesses and strengths right here. Debuffs, and then the damage numbers, just like Dark Souls. Which is pretty cool.
Take your necromancy to the grave where it belongs.
That went fast. Dude.
Here's me kind of mousing over a couple things in the passive tree. Didn't see anything crazy. I didn't explore everything in the passive tree. I didn't have a ton of time. I wanted to I was balancing playing the game, chatting with Octavian and Jonathan, chatting with the other streamers.
Eric, nice to see you.
God, I wish I could have played more. I could have explored more, but I wanted to do a little bit of everything while I was there. Yeah, this one is really cool. Frozen Vortex. When you shatter an enemy, 30% of the overkill damage is done per second. It lasts 3 seconds. Ground. Ended up being a bit more. So, Frostbomb on the ground, casting Ice Nova, and then Cold Snap to shatter them. And showing how dangerous zones can be really quickly. You can start getting stunned.
Not yet.
You do have to be pretty intentional about just charging forward.
Insane. It is insane.
Here we go. Here's Veracaf.
Haven't seen him in this boss.
AKA Candlemass, I guess. Same monster from PoE1 with a different name. So as you can see, my damage is not as much. I believe I still have the same staff from the beach.
Not as much?
So with all that
he's
said,
the fastest.
it's just that
he's
same
the fastest
staff,
that
no
I've seen.
additional
Usually
damage
it's
items or
taking
anything.
an enormous amount of time
this is
to
probably
kill all the
about
bosses and
2/3 to
everything.
3/4 of the way through Act 1. Probably 3/4. I think this is almost the last zone.
It seems corruption takes on many forms.
Early is a huge buff. +2 to gem levels. Early is a huge buff, of course.
All right, so I didn't want to go. This boss fight takes a little bit. This is the final boss.
Wait a second. I thought you're not leveling your gems in Path of Exile 2. Are we still gonna have to level the gems, guys?
Of Act 1. Got an Exalted Orb.
I'm carrying
Show the new item that I got. I finally did upgrade my staff. Level 5 Freezing Shards. I actually I edited this. I spent a lot of time, like a solid 2 minutes or so, 2 to 3 minutes, trying to compare the damage numbers between all my different skills. So the interesting thing here is I lose the +2 cold skill gems, and I gain level 5 freezing shards as well as some freeze
But you can
buildup,
level them
which is nice. I actually end up
instantly to the
mutating
new
this.
uncut gem.
But you can see you have your
Not one by
DPS
one.
numbers right here, which are...
Has +2 to cold skills.
So I was originally looking
plus
down
cold
in the lower right
damage.
corner in PoE1,
really good
but
stuff.
these tooltips, I hope they... My weapons around. And I keep
Crazy
trying to
low
mouse
level
over
drop.
here to like see if anything changes, but it actually, the tooltip doesn't change when you change your items. I think that's just the base gem tooltip. So here's
Sorceress looks
I
really
believe
nice.
the first boss fight in Act 2.
Especially when he's playing
There's
it.
my frost bolts flying in, trying to clear some of the ads.
Does this count as a boss fight? I guess.
Not yet.
This fight ends up taking a while. So yeah, this is, you know, if we're going to talk about some of the cons, at least for the sorceress gameplay, there wasn't that much I can do. If we think about the tools that I have, and I went into all of the cast speed that I could. I had faster casting. I took all of the cast speed nodes on the passive tree.
Elite.
If any
Look
gear
kinda. Leave a high
gave
level
me
elite
any,
or like mini boss.
any cast speed, I would
Happy
take it.
Thanksgiving, guys.
So the problem with this fight is if you go above this line up here, there's a bunch of hyenas standing on a cliff that will just shoot arrows at you. So you're stuck
Really
in this
nice.
little triangular arena. You really can't go up here. And periodically, the boss will just, if you walk away from him, he'll do multiple slams. He'll do a charge attack at you. Like his scariest, I guess I'm spoiling the boss fight so spoilers if you don't want to know how this boss fight works at the beginning of Act 2. But if you get too far away from him, he'll do a charge attack at you, or he'll do really big slams. And I actually don't have any tools that give me very good damage at range. Like I can cast Frostbolt with the Ice Nova and Frostbolt, but it's not like PoE1. You know, later on, maybe if I get Unleash and Spell Echo or whatever, like maybe I can make this work. But if you cast one Frostbolt and then maybe I can get 2 Ice Novas and then 1 Frostbolt and 2 Ice Novas, I'd rather just cast 3 Ice Novas, right? Or even like 3.5 because the Frostbolt had a slow cast speed. Because of that cadence, it was actually way better for me to just stay close to him. Thing is, the way the fight works is I can't walk up here, like I said. And if I walk away from him, he'll do like really scary range stuff. And I'm kind of stuck in slow cast animations. And it's actually easier to just, you know, roll around him when you're really close. Also, he periodically spawns ads. And because the ads are not nonstop, but pretty frequent, I'm forced to almost nonstop just spam my Ice Nova. And this was a little bit of a concern. Like 100% could be build or skill issue. But, you know, I kind of felt a little pigeonholed into just, I didn't hate it, but I guess I cut this out because I didn't want to spoil the whole fight. But yeah, that's basically what the fight was. I just wanted to point that out. Conch effect. Oh yeah, I got Solar Orb, which was just a cool, you put a fire orb on the ground. It's very pretty and it does all that. If you want a little bit more, and I'll see you all soon. Have a good one. Bye.
The fight! This is the circle, firewall on the circle.
I can feel it.
Show the gameplay! A lot! What is this even, guys? The orb, the fire orb charging you, I don't know, or pulsing or something like this.
I'll take you!
And you got some kind of shield. And, yeah, fire ring, fire orb. No, yeah, I guess fire orb is pulsing. Do we have anywhere the gameplay with the time, with the Chronomancer sorceress? Because I don't think so. We don't have the gameplay with the Chronomancer. We don't have the gameplay with no, the Chronomancer. Got the Ring of Fire, yeah, here as well. With the Demon Lady, we also don't have. We don't have actually the gameplay. Looks badass. Awesome spell. Yep. Whatever's happening. This is like some zombie boss. You can live with this. Have you picked what class to start? I'm gonna start a Turkey class. Derry, Turkey. Peter Bunches, happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Go, go, go.
I can't do that.
Today, guys, you can drop the turkey dance emote everywhere.
Breathe it in.
Looks cool as a hack. This is the new image. No, I haven't seen it. This is the image, the gameplay image. The new boss image. And you have... That was close! Wait a second, what did he do? He almost killed him. Almost killed him.
Breathe it in.
Ah, he died, but he's playing in a team, and the second mercenary did it. You have died, but... Here we go. Here we go. Resurrected. You get one shot, yeah. I'm telling you, new character. That's me. There was some interview. It's hard to hear you over it, okay? You can get, no, like in the interview, guys, in one of the interviews, he also, like, Jonathan also said that, yeah, one-shots are possible. One-shots are gonna be possible. Because you are weaklings! No, like, in the beginning, it will be plausible, basically.
All right, perfect. Everyone can hear and see you well, Neversink. My first question to you is, are you excited about not needing to do as much work on the filter, perhaps, in Path of Exile 2?
Loaded question for the first question. But
no, I don't know. Never heard
feeling.
about
So,
Path of Exile 2. Some
just to
weird game.
expand on that, when I started doing the whole filter work for PoE1, it was because I was very unhappy with the item system. Basically, I started it not because I was loving it so much, it's because I wasn't enjoying it so much. So I have like things like shadow myths and assassin's myths and all kind of items. I was just completely unable to remember what
How's the sound, guys? Is it okay? Or should I change something?
I found it very, very confusing. So I'm very happy that the new system is much more concise. I think in a modern game, this sort of overload of completely pointless loot isn't really good. And I hope that the new filter will be much more focused on just highlighting stuff, and that they will be controlling the amount of drops in a much better way. So, of course, it may even be the case where filters are completely not necessary. I don't personally think so, because if the game will have a booming economy, I think people will still want to have features like tiering, and potentially you still don't want to miss your off-screen mirror drops or something like that. So
the sound effects too.
But overall, I'm definitely content. I think. Even if at some point this is something I'm no longer doing, I think I'll be totally fine. I have my full-time job, I have my girlfriend, I have my game project that I'm working on. I'm totally okay with that. But for the time being, I'm expecting that it will just be a lot less.
Jana fixed. Oh my gosh, Neversink is saying that his life is not going to be over if there's going to be no Path of Exile 2, or if Path of Exile 2 going to be bad? What the hell?
I'm content. I think... even if at some point this is something I'm no longer doing, I think I'll be totally fine. I have my full-time job, I have my girlfriend, I have my game project that I'm working on. I'm totally okay with that. But for the time being, I'm expecting that it will just be a lot less work.
To be honest, Neversink, I don't think people could ever let you go from the Path of Exile community. Everybody thinks you are absolutely goated. You've saved, honestly, our hands, our eyes for so many years now. So at this point,
Thanks so much.
Truly, that's all I see. I mean, people, I'm not kidding, were as excited for me to talk to you as they were for the Jonathan interview. They're like, oh my God, you're talking to Neversink, the god? I mean, your name is synonymous almost with Path of Exile League launch. There's Local Identity, Take My Energy, and there's Neversink, Take My Energy.
It's an interesting tradition. Yes.
It definitely is.
Thank you.
Guys, super chill.
Going into Path of Exile 2, right? I think one of the most curious questions is indeed how they are changing the item system. And one of those things is the fact that now white items might actually be useful. Do you see your filter perhaps highlighting certain white items as base types and like maybe even magic items instead of just completely filtering them out even at the start of early access?
Yes.
What do you think?
So first of all, maybe to expand on that again, my plans for early access is at the very beginning of early access. I will either provide absolutely nothing or a absolutely minimal stub of a filter that will like highlight divine orbs and mirror shards and give like a sound to uniques, nothing more. Because to be honest, I don't have any data. I don't have any early access. I have not played PoE2 since we've been playing it together in OA. That means I don't actually have any data to work with. I don't have any experience to work with. And if you've played PoE1, you should know how many combinations there are. It's very easy to make mistakes. So the very first version at the early access launch will be maybe like a stub where you will get your divine orb sound and white red color for those orbs, and maybe a few highlights here and there. It will be absolutely minimal. In 2 weeks, around 2 weeks, I expect that I will make a highlight only filter. That means you can edit it on filter blade. You will have all the filter blade functions there, but the strictness system will not be enabled yet. That means you will be highlighting the items in a much more advanced way than at the start, but you will still see all the white items. It means, and then you can decide what you actually need or don't need for your build. So if you're, let's say you're playing a monk, you can then basically hide all of the white items you don't care about. And over the next 1 or 2 weeks, I expect to onboard the strictness system. It's actually fairly easy to onboard at this point. It's more of a question of game knowledge. But I fully expect that players will want to see quite a few white items.
Happy Thanksgiving, my dear. Happy Thanksgiving.
Kimchi's being here.
I gotta bring my cat over now, dang it. It's totally fine. We can have cats on stream, right, everybody? Nobody cares about cats. People love cats, right?
Yeah. Cats are awesome. But yeah, I expect that people will want to see quite a few white items. At least right now, the meta might change in a year or so when GG will be releasing more content, more leaks. Mm-hmm. But right now, I think we will actually need to see a lot of white items because that's kind of your usual crafting thing. This whole find a white item, transmute it, augment it, regale it, exalt it. Now, to be fair, and I know I'm kind of stretching the time here, to be fair, I think this is potentially one of the weakest parts of the PoE2 review. I love pretty much everything about that, but I think this part is actually a bit of a problem because it reminds me of Crucible League. There's a lot of bottlenecks. One orb is missing. You have trouble crafting. It's very, very clicky. You'll be doing a lot of small, clicky, annoying operations that kind of goes back to this whole RSI topic. So, I found the whole PoE2 review to be amazing, and I'm super hyped for that. But this is probably would be my biggest complaint right now. Not the white item part, but rather how we basically need to use a whole bunch of small orbs. But I might be
people. I am trying to check YouTube right now to find the pieces of gameplay or the pieces of there was one interview with the devs that we haven't seen, that we haven't checked yet, at least in this channel. Yeah, I get it. But the thing is, the YouTube is right now reaction or the reaction or the reaction. Oh fucking fuck! We still have 8 days. We have 8 days. Data mine just got released. For real? Already? Useless right now, yeah. For happy emotions in real life, yeah. He's so, where exactly, dude? Links? Maybe we can get... Should we check... Guys, I don't know. I think it's, bad to check data mines. It's not on PoE2. I mean, isn't this a spoiler? Do you even want to see it? I saw Subtractem. I saw
G'day folks, ZD here. In Path of Exile 2,
Maybe we'll try to understand it. In the end of the stream, guys, the Turkey is giving away 2 codes. Here we go. No difference. Opening my tree to read notes after the game launch or doing that now. I mean... Let's try to learn a little bit.
you will actually have 3 choices for trials to get your Ascendancy class. The first one to become available is the Trial of the Sekimas, part of the way through Act 2. And I was able to get some hands-on experience with this trial on a mercenary on my recent trip to Grinding Gear Games Studios. Now, for the new exiles joining us, Ascendancies are your subclass, or a prestige class, if you will, and each character, like the mercenary, monk, or witch, has a choice of 3 Ascendancy classes unique to that character. There'll be 2 at the beginning of the beta for each, with a 3rd one being added later on. Ascendancies open up an extra passive tree, inside your passive tree, with impactful nodes that you can spend 8 points in.
It's a passive tree in a passive tree, guys. Whoa.
These Ascendancies provide a lot of power, but also a major way to flavor and change how your build plays. Like, for example, empowering your witch with blood magic as a blood mage, or, alternatively, demonic fire.
Come on, it's either blood. No, okay, I don't give them that much about the blood, but Infernalist or whatever they're calling it, like the fire witch with a demon option, that's OP for the witch.
As an Infernalist. But whichever route you go to unlock your Ascendancy and to gain the additional passive points to spend in its tree, you must first complete your choice of Trials of Ascendancy, like the one I'm showcasing here, the Trial of the Sekimas in Act 2.
I have movement in the dark. Lots of movement.
Whilst progressing through another quest in Act 2, you'll find yourself climbing through the spider-infested
Yeah, but
tunnels of
it's
the
not
Trader's
gonna.
Passage.
Yeah, I remember those
You may
fucking
just come
spiders.
across
It's
someone
not gonna
who is
kill
supposed to remain
Diablo
locked
4.
away.
Gotta be something valuable behind those doors.
The imprisoning wards burned, the Jin Balbala demands you release them. And this is Path of Exile, so through combat, naturally.
Release me! Jingaka!
This boss is quite challenging, employing a lot of roguish tricks, disappearing in smoke clouds, summoning ethereal daggers, and using high mobility hit-and-run tactics.
I haven't even seen this boss yet.
This boss has quite
Is
a
it the
few
jumps?
tricks
It's
up
about
their
us. Video is
sleeves,
about
such as hiding
Ascendancies.
in plain sight and flooding the arena with toxic gas, which it took me embarrassingly long to realize that it would only recede once you actually found them. They have a few more ways to
Infernalists.
test
I'm
your
going
work
to
as
play
the
Fire
fight
Witch
progresses, but I'll
with
leave
the
those
Demon
for you
Lady. I'm gonna be
discover in
Demon Lady,
time.
guys.
So proving
Next
yourself
week,
worthy here will take some cunning,
maybe
but
I will be in
if
a
you do
demon
so, you'll be
outfit.
given your path to ascension.
Turkey will be transformed.
Allow me to repay you for freeing me from my imprisonment.
With
I'll go
Balbala's
for
support
Chronomancer.
gained,
Fuck,
you're
there
able
is
to
no
take on the
gameplay.
trial
Dude,
of the
have you
Sekimas,
seen
where the
anywhere
Jin
the
coin can be
gameplay for the
placed on the relic
Chronomancer?
altar.
If you saw, drop the
Balbala
link.
will also give you your first relic to get
Happy
you started, which
Thanksgiving.
will provide you with some buffs in the upcoming trial.
People who is not celebrating Thanksgiving, I'm highly recommending you celebrate this day as a happy food coma day. Pizza isn't coming.
Well, these are craftable should you have the currency to do so, and with a spare augment I was able to get not only increased life, but also a chance to get double sacred water from enemies, an important resource within the trial. This is a reasonable
Still
starting
out?
point,
Oh,
but
no.
we
Oh,
can
it's okay.
certainly find more relics inside of the trials to empower us for future attempts.
This better be worth it.
So here's how the Trial of the Sekimas works.
Yeah, but it's
Each
like
room
that's
you
the only
choose on
thing
the
that you
trial
saw.
map
Yeah,
has a
I also
special
haven't seen
theme
anything
to it,
else.
something like
Because
a
I would love to
trap
see like
gauntlet that you
some
have to run
actual
and get to
gameplay.
the other side, a challenging fight for you to survive or overcome, or a time trial or something like that. At the end of each room, you'll gain a reward, which you will know ahead of time when selecting that room from the map. So this might be something like a key for treasure at the very end of the trial. It might be restoring lost honor, more about the honor system
Okay, that's
later.
insane. I lost
Gaining
it
the
already.
resource, sacred water, to spend in the future, or even then spending that sacred water on boons to make your trial easier. There's a map at the end of each room that lets you select your path forwards, and you can see a couple of steps ahead as well. You'll be able to see the reward for each path and also the room type. Like for example, the Gauntlet trial where you must navigate traps and enemies to just reach the
Data
other
mining already
side,
leaked.
hopefully while avoiding taking too much damage in the process. Another example is the Chalice trials where you must kill all rare monsters in a room to fill a blood chalice. And then there's one that I rather enjoyed, the Escape trial, where you touch a death crystal and then have to disable as many crystals as you can before the time runs out, where each crystal you fail to disable will deal a certain amount of damage to you. There is, of course, treasure and enemies to distract you in the process. As you play, you'll be able to learn over time which rooms are more challenging for you or for your build, so that you can make those risk versus reward decisions better. The map can also show you purple afflictions on some of the rooms. These cursed rooms debuff you, making things harder in some way, so you obviously just want to avoid those where you can. Sometimes, however, they may be on a room that has a really good reward, or on a path that leads to really good rewards, in which case you'll have to weigh up those risk versus reward assessments. Sure, double damage taken on low life is pretty deadly, yeah, but what if I just don't get hit? Then it's fine, right? Some rooms will also offer boons as their reward. These are powerful buffs that aid you in the trial. Sometimes these boons can also come as a package deal with other afflictions, like in the Pledge to Kochai reward. These pledges can be hugely run-shaping, like for example trading off all of your armor for a huge buff to movement speed, which could really help with that whole don't get hit strategy for those afflicted with the increased damage taken.
But
yes, I'm sure that will play out just
I want to see new gameplay.
You can also play the lottery and take a random affliction for a random boon that you don't know what either of those is going to be. Or you can remove a potentially awful affliction from one of your previous poor choices, just like that.
Session will not be focused on villain minions. So far they're not.
In the merchant reward rooms, you'll meet Barbala again, and you can spend larger sums of sacred water that you've acquired via monster kills or from the reward rooms that give you a bunch of sacred water to buy things like boons or even relics, which you can use on all future Trial of the Secima runs. So while a boon might help you right now, you might decide this run's going quite well and to get a relic that will be able to help you in future runs. So in this initial Trial of the Sekimas, to ascend, you need to move simply from the leftmost room on the map to the rightmost room on the map and defeat the final boss of this level without losing all of your honor. The choices you make along the way and the boons or afflictions you receive will all make that either easier or harder, or increase the amount of bonus loot rewards you get at the end. You could do a pretty easy run through, taking very little risks and getting few treasure keys, and thus not much loot at the end to just simply ensure that you safely ascend. Or you could take a bit of a risk and come out with a bunch of jewels and currency. In my run, I aimed to get some sacred water early on in one of the rooms, so that when I met a merchant, I would be prepared to buy anything really good that they had. And indeed that did pay off, as I was able to get a nice boon to make the enemies slower. And I also went for one of the pledges of Kochai, hoping to get myself an amazing boon with a downside that I could handle, and indeed that also paid off, as I did get that huge boon to movement speed. This powerful combo of making the enemies slower and me faster really helped to secure a win on my first attempt. So this first floor is pretty short and forgiving if you take it slow, I think. Your honor only has to make it through 7 rooms and a boss, which took me about 20 minutes at a slow and careful pace. Future higher level trials that you run will have additional floors after the first, and that will make your early choices more meaningful. You'll want to stockpile sacred water to make sure that you have currency to spend at the merchants later on.
In the, I don't know, the skills for me feels no different characters.
Matter, might start to cost you a lot more on the third floor. And you're way slower. But for initially gaining your ascendancy here in Act 2, things are relatively simple and straightforward, and you don't have to live with the consequences of your poor choices for all of that long. You can employ a much more short-term strategy with only one floor to contend with. So I'll explain how failing and reattempts works now, but I do want to mention one thing, that the UI in this recording is not finished. Jonathan mentioned to me that there would be a special UI, maybe in the center bottom, that will show the trial's special honor resource. It's shown on my health globe, but it's really not obvious enough. The amount of honor that you have is just the combination of your life and energy shield. And just like your life and energy shield, it's also protected by your armor and evasion, as well as any other defenses you might have. Each time you take damage, you also take some damage to your honor, and lose all of your honor, and you will be ejected from the trial, even if you didn't necessarily die. I guess this is one of those situations where disgrace is worse than death. The good news is that in this first attempt at the trial of the Sekimas, where you seek those initial 2 points of your ascendancy, and to select that ascendancy class, it's easy to simply try again. Balbala will just let you keep reattempting until you find your success. That first entry token is a quest item and given to you freely. In later, higher level runs and at endgame, it will become more serious, as you will likely lose the coin which granted you access, and those may hold some value and be more of a finite resource. And this same system should be true for each of the trials. Easy reattempts when you first want to ascend there, but more serious stakes later on in the game. Now, if you're wondering why the Trial of the Sekimas has this honor system instead of just using life and energy shield, since they're based on those anyway, then the answer is down to recovery.
It's difficult. It's
life and energy
difficult.
shield are designed to be easily recovered. Flasks, leech, regen, and recharge on the energy shield, for example. These all allow you to get hit by a trap or an enemy and heal before the next one is a problem. Honor, however, is harder to restore. Generally, you'll only get honor back through special encounters, things that specifically heal it, or buffs obtained during the course of the trial. Maybe something that restores honor on killing a boss, for example. Honor is a resource to be more carefully managed as such. Maybe, for example, if you've taken a lot of damage to your honor and things are looking a little shaky, you might decide to forego that more difficult treasure room and instead take an easier room with a chance to recover some of your honor at the end. You know, just so that you can make it through. This, combined with the choice-based map layout, gives the Trial of the Sekimas its roguelike gameplay that more carefully risk versus reward assessed gameplay. So it's offering a different experience to what the rest of the game typically throws at you. It's a gameplay that some of you will love and some of you may not, and that's why the fact that you can choose another trial instead is a great choice for Path of Exile 2. Don't like honor or traps? The Trial of Chaos has neither of those things, in favor of a modifier wager combat system. Now, before we lock ourselves away in the Path of Exile 2 beta for weeks on end with nary a glimpse of sunlight, it's a good final chance to say some goodbyes and spend some good quality social time with friends and loved ones away from our computer. But the outside world is kind of scary. I mean, what do you even do out there with other people? Do you just watch ducks together? Is that a thing people do? Do you try and catch the ducks? Do you battle each other's ducks? Do you create synergistic duck teams with elaborate builds in an ever-evolving meta?
Yeah, which is like easy to pick up and which is easy to start.
It's all
and for the new player, like
super. Thankfully,
like, highly
there's my
recommend you
sponsor
Witch.
Magic the Gathering and their newest set, Foundations. It's the perfect time for you and a friend to get into the game with a solid foundation. Known in exotic Germany as Grundstein, this set has the beginner's box and starter collection that you need. Fantastic options for new or returning players, whether you want to start building your own decks or even just have a box of magic to learn to play casually from the safety of your own home. You can check out my very own guide video to getting into Magic the Gathering in current year to learn more. And I guarantee you, there are no ducks.
See, your moment!
Right?
Duck.
Oh, that's a relief. So check out my video in the description below before you seal yourself away in a tomb forever. Anyway, back to the video. So once you finish your journey across the map from left to right, your final trial is the liquid hot magma.
Sale on ducks. Unrelated information, guys. There is an Aldi sale on ducks. German, unrelated German information, but really important. Also like mini boss, I guess. Mini boss.
Spicy boy is a big lumbering rock with some big explosions and heavy slams, each of which are very avoidable. It's kind of slow. You have plenty of space to move around initially, but Rattlecage does have a few tricks. They have some area denial abilities where slams can place these lava-spewing mini volcanoes that last quite a long time. These will end up around the edges of the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss
his
to
health
avoid
is
them.
going down. That's
But
insane,
a
guys.
dodge roll
it's absolutely
can see
insane.
you through their embers safely, or slipping around behind rattles to easily dodge their slams still. As a very large and slow target, freeze, stuns, and slows and other similar crowd control effects are very useful against Rattlecage. And you can potentially chain different types of these control effects together fairly effectively. I use a lot of stun and freeze in this. Rattles has a huge life to match their size, and they're pretty heavily armored, as well as being resistant to fire and lightning damage. But it is notable that they are vulnerable
This is
to
some
cold
this weird
damage.
American tradition
I'm
that the
mostly dealing
president
with
is
fire and physical here, with just a small amount
pardoning
of
the
high freeze effect
turkeys.
cold damage. So while I'm freezing well, I'm not doing a ton of damage here. I didn't really think at the time to go for
That's
the
weird.
armor breaker route here, so Rattles does tank my damage quite well. Stripping their armor or using more cold damage is going to speed things along quite a bit. So take advantage of those things where you can to help the pressure of the area denial that builds up over the course of the fight.
Little
As long as you get the
volcanoes,
pacing
little
of avoiding
volcanoes.
the large, well-telegraphed slams in the early parts of the fight, most of the fight should be pretty straightforward.
Stop
However,
playing when the game came
Rattles
out.
does get a little
For
bit
real.
angry when their health
Probably will
drops
skip
low.
every
and
extra
will do a
shades.
big
I'm
slam
sure that
will
it will be easy for you to
begin
escape
a
it.
rain of magma
Just because,
from
guys, it's
the ceiling.
every
And these hit
fucking
pretty
where.
hard, so that last 30% of the fight is quite tricky. It'll likely be the greatest challenge on the first floor for some of you. You can go for the quick kill here,
Зона multiple volcano
just to try and
burst.
get that dangerous portion over
Lightning
with
storm
quickly
will
if you've
apply
got
shocks
a
for
nice
more
little
damage.
buffer of honor. Or you can be a bit more careful and patient, and that's a viable strategy because it doesn't last forever. Eventually, the magma rain will stop.
It's not yours, volcanoes, I feel like.
Need more time.
Come on, kill it, kill it, kill it. After 10,000 years.
However you decide to manage it, whether you take a more careful and slow approach, or whether you try and rush down the boss, as long as you get through the fight with your honor at least partially intact, even just barely, then you can loot the boss, which may include some relics as well, and then enter the final room to claim your prize. Keys that you gathered during the course of the
Thanksgiving is in Europe.
run from various
So
reward rooms are shown on the UI, and here your risks pay off. The different chests in bronze, silver, and gold, with obviously scaling impressiveness of reward amounts, are also labeled with different reward types. Like, for example, the Royal Cache, which contain the Marrakech Trials specialty items, jewels, including the special time loss jewels only available here. Now, while regular jewels are a custom craftable passive node that you can
Co-op is
slot
available,
into
yeah.
your tree, the time loss jewels alter an entire area of your passive tree's nodes with new effects. Well-crafted jewels of both types are going to be very sought after for just about every build, because most will end up
Okay,
getting
I can
at least one or
understand
two
this.
of these.
They can
And
affect
the good news is that
the
jewels
nodes
obtained
around
in
them. This is like
low-level
glyphs.
trials here could still be
I
quite
can
valuable
understand this, I
long-term.
get it.
But of course, the reason you came here in the first place was for that altar of ascendancy. From here, you can examine your ascendancy options and make your choice. And once you've decided, you'll also be granted your first 2 ascendancy passive points to spend right away. That's enough to get one of the initial notable passives. Like, for example, I picked the
Can
Witch
understand
Hunter's
all of
chance
this.
to explode enemies on
After a
kill,
while.
which was immensely satisfying.
Only lootable in the trials. So glyphs you can get only in the trials of ascendancy.
Now,
I
don't feel
got
bad
it.
if you're a bit confused on the idea of the fact that you have the choices between these different trials, of being able to choose where you ascend and get your points. I'll explain that now. There will be
Goggle.
3 distinct and separate trials. The Trial of the Secumers in Act 2, that Sanctum-inspired roguelike dungeon we covered here. Then there's an Ultimatum-inspired Trial of Chaos in
Act 2 is
Act
kind of
3.
beautiful.
This will focus
It's like
on
the
a more
desert. It's
risk-reward
Diablo
combat
2,
encounter
it's the
style
desert,
with
guys.
stacking challenge modifiers. And then finally, there will
Gem
be a third
quality will
trial
be very
that is
nice to
yet to be
adopt
revealed,
different play
available in
styles.
Act 4. This will be added to the game later in beta, because obviously Act 4 doesn't exist at the launch of beta. It'll be Acts 1 through 3. You'll be able to choose to take your ascendancy by completing the initial level of any of these 3 trials. So when beta launches, you can choose to get your ascendancy either through the Trial of Chaos or the Trial of the Secumers. So that initial run in any of the 3 to get your ascendancy is pretty straightforward, so you can just choose which one. But things get a bit more confusing in how you get your additional ascendancy passive points. So here's how that works. Each trial has 4 difficulties. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, call them difficulty 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the Trial of the Secumer, for example, difficulty 1 just has 1 flaw, But in higher difficulties, it will have additional floors and more bosses for you to do before you beat a run. Doing any single trial at difficulty 1 will give you your first 2 passive points and unlock your ascendancy. Once you've done any trial at difficulty 1, you will not be able to get more points from doing another trial at difficulty 1, because you've already beaten that difficulty. To get passive points 3 and 4 then, you need to do any trial of your choice at difficulty 2.
For all the
then
ascendancy.
Points 5 and 6, you do any trial once again at difficulty 3. And of course, to get points 7 and 8, you do, once again, any trial at difficulty 4, the endgame difficulty. So you can do all 4 difficulties in Trial of the Sycamores only if you want, and get all of your 8 passive points in your ascendancy, or you can mix and match them. Quite simply, you'll get 2 new passives each time you beat a new difficulty tier for the first time, regardless of where it is. What might end up confusing people, I think, especially coming from Path of Exile 1, is if you do the Trial of Sycamores in Act 2 and get your first 2 points, and then you do the Trial of Chaos for the first time at difficulty 1 as well, expecting 2 more points.
That's a difficulty 3,
but you've already done that kind of first tier, right? You just did it in Trial of Sycamores already. In order to get those additional points, you'll need to, at a higher level, get a special key to access a higher level difficulty 2 version of one of those trials.
It is
now,
a difficult
the nuances
game.
of how to min-max this progression and what is the best strategy for different builds, etc., is for us to discover when we play. I'm not going to try and guess at that here, but I will suggest this. On your first character, when you play Path of Exile 2 for the first time, just do all of them, all of these things at every difficulty. Try all of that new content and get all of the loot. That way you'll be able to find out what you like, what works well for your characters, but you'll also get to experience all this cool new content.
Skeletons.
Try not to go
Skeletons
in
is
with
still
too many
there, at least a
assumptions
little
from
bit.
Path of Exile 1 about how something worked there versus how it's going to work here, because it's quite a different game in the end. On future characters and later runs, you can cherry pick your favorites and do speedrun leveling strats and all of that.
I swear to God, I think it will be stuck in everywhere. So the thing is, I was playing the game on Gamescom. It was in August, and the game was hot, and the monsters were hitting hot. Now I see the videos, and I'm kind of like, I hope they a little bit reduce initial, like when you're starting the game in the like early game, that they a little bit made the monsters are not hitting that hot, because it's just difficult. It was difficult to start. I see the videos and like I hope they reduced it a little bit. The giveaway is happening in the end of this stream. Turkey giveaway. Google. So I kind of hope so. No, I don't think that you're going to keep the progress in Path of Exile 2 will launch, because usually it's like the brand new game will be released and everything is out. And plus, you're going to start a new league. With the release, they're going to start the leagues.
But it'll be simplest and most straightforward, and I think most fun to just do them all the first time around. Whether you're getting passive points for each individual run or not.
But eventually you will need them.
Most builds that are feeling pretty confident mid-act 2 will be pretty capable of handling.
My question is like, why the fuck it's completely optional if there is a bunch of like these are those buffs and these are those like it's a specialty. Like if you do not do it, you won't be able to unlock the ascendancy. You won't be able to choose your path. Isn't this like also the way of progression, and you like eventually you have to do it? Victor, hi. Gear is very important how hard the content is. I understand, but early game you pretty much usually you don't have gear. There are no guaranteed drops, so and it's super unfair if like someone got super OP drop and now he can do the content super easily and everyone else is massively struggling because the monsters are hitting too hard. And skips Sanctum entirely. Dreads wish hi. At level 19 if you wish to do it. You need to eventually because we'll be balanced around the ascendancies. Amen. That's what I think. Cook them. Hi. It's just a hard game period. But it should be enjoyable hard. Goggle. The leaks are just like the Diablo seasons, yeah. Imagine, yeah, it is Diablo seasons. Guys, happy Turkey Day for people who are celebrating. For people who do not celebrate, happy Food Coma Day! Happy Food Coma Day! The first 3 chapters twice. Can you back and do them again for more XP? I guess you can just go into the maps and yeah, and do whatever there. Usually overlevel before ascending. In PoE1, I usually overlevel before ascending. Makes sense. Don't think. Just go. Dorn, goggle, 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 goggle. Happy Food Coma Day for you. The experience will be shit. But you can go into the Atlas, so maybe some low levels.
Challenges offered in the Trial of the Sekima's first floor. Especially if you're playing it safe with your risk-reward choices on the map and just trying to get through it. If you have any form of extra mobility or the ability to stun,
I'm sorry guys, but German language is always
freeze
bad.
Enemies and so on, it's going to be a good deal easier. The final boss may well be the biggest hurdle for some players with its spicy fire rain, but it's also very susceptible to crowd control effects like stun and freeze. And if you do manage to score a boon that slows enemies down or speeds you up, then it'll become a lot easier. The enemies I encountered each had well-signaled attacks, often with big wind-ups or slower projectiles, giving you lots of room to dodge. It seems that they aren't really individually designed to hit you, but rather to pressure you so that you then make a mistake and get hit by a trap or get into a bad position.
So you will have to kill the monsters. Guys, if you die in the Ascendancy, in this Trial of Ascendancy zone, you will have to... Yeah, the whole shit is resetting, the same way how it's in Path of Exile 1.
It plays quite well with that honor system. Things do get a little bit spicier when you encounter a rare monster with extra abilities, but even then I think the pacing and improved moment-to-moment combat of Path of Exile 2 makes this system work a lot better here than it did in Path of Exile 1 with
Just
Sanctum.
Don't die!
I also
No. First of all, fucking, again, beautiful spider. Second of all,
even in the wave survivals that are
don't
designed to swarm you with enemies. Though I imagine if you're struggling to keep up with killing those, then you might eventually get overwhelmed. That's kind of the design of those rooms. If you're in that position, obviously you would try to avoid those rooms. Sticking to things like the trap gauntlets would allow you to run through rooms without necessarily needing to kill things.
For the bosses,
so
yeah.
Well,
yeah, for the monsters as well, you will be resetted on the... There is like those shrines,
and avoiding most damage with
respawn on
careful
those
play
shrines.
always felt possible. I certainly did get hit and made mistakes, but I felt like I could have done things to avoid them.
Who's next?
Having access to stuns and freeze was also really amazing in here. Any crowd control that you get allows you to disrupt those like slower, more signaled enemies quite effectively. I think the only thing that stood out to me that I think could be improved was a bit better signaling of the falling magma rocks in the final boss fight, an indicator on the ground, maybe some extra drips or something like that that's going to show you where they're going to land would be nice, as they do hit quite hard and are a little hard to see. Ultimately, I think the fact that you have a lot of choices here is also a really helpful factor in making this whole thing feel more fair. If you struggle in the Trial of Sekima, you could reattempt and try and find a better path and take more boons and healing, for example. Or you could just go progress through the campaign a little bit more, get some more levels, get 1 or 2 gear upgrades, and come back way more equipped to be able to do it.
I was thinking about how the hell would you even cheat on
Path of Exile 2. I was probably a little bit overleveled due to exploring the zones. But if I did like another zone or two,
I don't know,
I
like the only cheat code is like insert Zizir and Brain. That would help.
Entirely if you're just struggling and not enjoying it, and going for one of the other trials.
But besides that,
I think this is a big step up from the Labyrinth and Path of Exile 1, that's for sure. Long term, I think the allure of well-rolled jewels is going to be a strong motivator for endgame Sekima farming. Jewels will likely be in demand for basically any build, and the radius jewels in particular look like they have strong potential.
There are, like I said, there is no cooldown on dash.
Somewhat deterministically
and I usually like dash all the time.
Through treasure chests as well also looks very promising.
Dash doesn't, like, even though actually the dash animation probably sometimes it's making you slower than if you would just walk.
Because if you find yourself really enjoying it, or that your build is really well suited to it, then you'll have a very attractive option for farming at endgame, I think. And that's just based on the limited look we have at the rewards.
But where to
right now.
overlevel?
Of course, we'll see how it plays at endgame, but I'm feeling pretty optimistic after my experience with it. I'm certainly interested to see what the pinnacle boss loot looks like and how those rewards scale
by the
up.
way.
That's all I have for you today, but if you want to see more about my Grenadier Mercenary, I'll be putting together a video on that soon.
What are we checking out, guys? What we will be checking out? Oh yeah,
Wouldn't it be great to know
we haven't seen? No, I haven't seen. I haven't seen this thing, but I was searching for it.
The secret is behind having a successful live service game so we could share it with the world. One of the things that I've always wanted to do was to sit down with someone that has a successful game or a successful live service game and dissect the inner workings of it to understand how they know the player's perspective so well and how they can deliver a game that players actually want to play. And in this case, well, we get to do just that. I got the opportunity to sit down with Jonathan Rogers, one of the co-founders and the technical director of Grinding Gear Games, Path of Exile 1, and their upcoming game.
Yeah, we just watched, guys. The Sorceress and Merch, we just watched this video, and the gameplay is really, really beautiful, and I need more fucking Sorceress gameplay. Apparently, there is actually a bunch of, like, Mercenary gameplay, because I think Moxie was also playing Mercenary. We don't have that much Sorceress gameplay, and we don't have anything. That's it.
Path of Exile 2. This is an incredibly special conversation where we get to talk about both games, the success of the first one, and what we get to look forward to in the second one. But even more so, I even go in to talk about some of the issues that I'm seeing in the games industry today. We have a little bit of back and forth on that as well. This is a very special interview, a very cool video. I am so happy to share this with you guys. It would not have been possible if it wasn't for you in the first place. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to reach these people.
I can squeeze tiny little bit of a druid gameplay out from the internet.
This video,
but yeah, that's not a lot.
Is that thank you? Enjoy. Drew, so you're one of the founders of Grinding Gear Games. What led you guys to make Path of Exile, and did you guys think you would make it this far?
So I actually was one of the founders straight out of university. I was friends with Chris, who he was basically my best friend through university, and we kind of. I mean, I knew I wanted to be a game developer from the point I was like 10 years old, right? Like I was doing game development like as a hobby right from that point. So it really wasn't a question of like, was I going to be a game developer? It was a question of like, how is that going to happen? And Chris, he was actually the one who sort of suggested, look, what we need to be doing is making a sequel to Diablo 2. That was basically his view on things. And I obviously loved Diablo 2 as well.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like, at the time when he was suggesting this, I wasn't still a player of it. You know what I mean? Like I'd played it a huge amount earlier, but Chris was still deep in Diablo 2 and obviously loved the game. But he just made a really good case for the fact that, you know what, like there hasn't been a game that got the whole formula right for a really long time. Like there was no evidence at the time that Blizzard was making it, right? Like we just had no idea.
Yeah, there was like a 10-year lull or something, right?
Yeah, it was that because I mean, that's a whole thing. But effectively, they hadn't announced anything. You know, like as far as we were concerned, it was just like here's just a game that was still selling. By the way, like people were still selling physical copies of Diablo 2. Yep. Like it might have been like 10 years later or something like that. There was still game was still selling like hotcakes. And it's like okay.
It's still good today.
yeah. There were you and so you had a game and it's like okay, no one's made like a true successor to this thing. It's still selling in stores. Obviously, people there's still a huge amount of demand for this stuff. Why the hell like are we not the ones doing this? So yeah, I mean basically we we decided, hey, we'll just get started. And I was doing a lot of hobby game development. Chris had done a little bit of that, but he was actually doing some security stuff. And we were just like, okay, like well, let's just do it then. So yeah, we just started writing code and getting things done, and we went a long way. And I remember at the very beginning, because like we actually did like think, okay, well, what is the what would success look like? For doing this, like if we're going to do this, like what would we have to actually achieve? And the thing that we thought that we needed to achieve was effectively 10,000 concurrent players. That was the amount that we sort of worked out that if we had that, the amount of money that we would be making would be able to support the studio, and everything would be okay. So that was kind of our like what we were trying to do. So anything beyond that point, as far as we were concerned, was just gravy. You know what I mean? Like everything beyond that was great. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much achieved that like right from the start. Like we as soon as we had our closed beta, like things were going well and the company just did really well. So yeah, it's been pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like that was kind of our thing. Like we never really at the time sort of thought that we weren't thinking like we had to be the biggest game ever. We were just like, we can be sustainable if we have 10,000 concurrent users. So that's the audience we need to attract. If we can do that, then we're good. And so that was kind of our thinking. I think the sort of the grander scale is something that it wasn't really in our mind.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, Path of Exile has been a bit of a standout success, especially like with free-to-play games, ARPG specifically. I still think there's not a lot of competition out there. Even you guys saw an opportunity, and I mean, we've had a couple of games come out over the last few years, but nothing in the same vein. What do you guys attribute to the game's longevity and its success?
So when we started, I guess what we saw was there were kind of like 5 pillars to make a good action RPG. Like there's what and these are the things that we thought, okay, like there are people who have some of these, but there's no other game that has all of them except for Diablo 2. So the first one would be well, I mean, in no particular order, you've got random level generation. Yep. For longevity, you just need to have it. You need to have it. I mean, you need to do it well, because if you don't have that, I mean, look, things are just going to get boring very quickly. You've just played through the same thing 1,000 times. I mean, obviously, even with random level generation, that can still happen, but it takes a lot longer. The next thing is a secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have the ability to trade items, and it has to be secure in the sense that nobody can dupe them. There's no cheats. There's nothing like that. Like that's really important for that long-term feeling, because it makes the stuff that you find feel like it has value.
Yeah.
Which I think is very important for the long term. The next one is that you have to have a random item system. So, and what I mean by that, what I mean is like the item system has to have elements of chance. And it has to be that anything you kill could be the thing that could drop the next amazing thing that you need to find. So, in
this
practice,
is the range of gameplay, guys.
Since we launched, we have also added more deterministic things as well,
and
which I think do have a place. But you certainly need like it needs to be that just killing any random monster could be the one that drops like the amazing item. Like you still need that feeling all the time, otherwise,
this is the range.
You, like. If you don't have that, then what happens is that you see you finish a grind, and then the next giant grind is like stretching out ahead of you. And if you don't think you're going to get any rewardingness until the point where you finish that, that's a good moment that you might choose to quit. So that's actually one of those things that is really important as well. Yeah. The next one is you need action combat. And at the time, the reason why what we were talking about there is as opposed to the kind of more MMO style combat that you had back then, which was like very like, like just everything's on cooldown, like you have a million abilities and it's just kind of like one thing after other. That sort of cooldown rotation, like sort of slower paced combat that you had from the MMOs at the time. And was that all of them, or did I say 4? I can't quite remember now. Where was I up to? Did I miss one?
Yeah, maybe. I think so.
No, right. So there was the other one. The other one was a deep
you said the loot and the action combat and the trading.
Yeah. So a deep system of character customization. So effectively, you need enough depth in the way that you build your characters to make it so that you're willing to play through the same character. So not through the same character, through the game again, but with a different build, so that can still be interesting to you. And that was something that D2 didn't really have as much.
And
but one thing D2 did have was the concept of the ladder reset, which is effectively like the fresh economic start. And that concept was ultra important because and if once again, if you're doing ladder reset, then you need to
I finally did it, and you didn't freeze.
Have the ability for your character to be different every time. There needs to be lots of build variety and things that you can do, so that you feel like you're having a different experience each time as well. So those are kind of the like 5 pillars that we had, and I think that really like at this point, the one that I think a lot of companies still don't have, the ones that I think that companies still often don't do. One of them is they're really afraid to do full economic resets where there's absolutely zero progress that carries on between the leagues. That's something that so a lot of companies are doing seasonal content now, but the thing that after they do the first one that players will always say is, we want you to have some way to skip the campaign, we want to have some way to to blah 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 keep, right? They're going to say that, right? But I think it's actually ultimately long term very harmful, because it means that like when you have a full economic reset, it means that new players can join your game and not feel like they're behind.
This character, the freaking rogue, is really, 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 and right from the very beginning, it's like combo dependent. And there is a spider. It's rogue, yeah, it's like ranger. It's ranger. Ugh. I'm now like super surprised to see that like anything is even dying, It looked absolutely. I remember feeling like everything is killing me. Absolutely everything is killing me. It was hard. Looks like a lightning build. Nah, it has the mix of everything right now. It has also like the lightning skills. It has the frozen, this like big like boom freeze, frozen jump, and some poison. Might adjust it. They already did. They probably already did. Today, in the end of the stream, let's go.
Everyone? Like, they're behind everyone in terms of knowledge, but they're not behind everyone in terms of, like, you know, physically speaking, everyone who starts a Path of Exile League is on the same playing field, apart from what they know about the game. So I think that's super important. So that's one that a lot of companies still aren't doing. But the other one as well that a lot of companies don't do is item trade with no binding of items, and so that really keeps the value. And a lot of companies are very afraid to do that. You know, like it's one of those things I think is ultra important. Like, it leads to so many problems, and people look at the problems and they assume that those problems are worse than the benefit. And I think that's partly because the benefit is a little bit more intangible. Like, it's harder to kind of appreciate the value that players feel, like, because it's kind of, you know, like, it doesn't even kind of matter initially, and it's like one of those longer term kind of like concerns. But I think that is really valuable, and it's something that I wish more games would do.
I'm actually really happy you said something about that, because I think it's one of the things where, like, I look at you guys. I also, like, I play Warframe. That's one of my big games, right? And you guys are very similar in that, with, like, being able to trade loot and whatnot. So many games stay away from that, and I think it adds so much more value, not only to what the player finds in the game, but like, I don't really know how to put my finger on it exactly, but I think it actually does have something to do with those concurrent player numbers, and it's something that brings players back, because they know, no matter what, when they're playing the game, that, you know, there's really nothing keeping them from reaching the rest of the players that might be ahead of them.
Right.
So yeah, that's cool. So
this is
where
the
was I
poison
at?
shit.
So
This is a cool poison shit.
you guys already have a successful game with PoE. You guys could have just visually updated it and continued to grow it. Why did you guys choose to make a second game, making PoE2? And also, why did you choose to support both?
So it's funny because we kind of creeped towards it in a strange way. The very initially, the plan literally was, okay, we need to visually update Path of Exile 1. But there was a very specific thing that was that was the big problem at the time. But you kind of need a different
engine.
And effectively, what it is that the rigs for the for the player characters, that's like one of the first things that you'd need to make in a game, right? Because everything, like all the character animations and all the skills, but also all the armors need to be attached to them and all that stuff. Like, all that stuff kind of goes on top of that. So once you've done that, it's something that you really can't change without redoing, you know, everything related to characters. And we were like, okay, these rigs are from 2006. The people who made them at the time were very inexperienced. Like, you know, we didn't know what we were doing. We also, every player character had its own rig, which means that we were doing 7 times the amount of work to support everything that we should have needed to do. And just the overall, there were just so many problems with them. So, like, okay, in order to make the graphics of PoE1 better, we're going to have to change these rigs. So we make new rigs, and we're like, okay, now we're going to have to re-rig all the armors. But if instead of re-rigging armors, like, surely we should visually update the armors instead of just re-rigging the old ones, right? Because, like, obviously, you know, it's like, well, you know, we're doing much work anyway. We might as well just create new items, because, you know, those will look better and everything will be better than that. And, you know, we have to make new animations for everything. So rather than, you know, like remaking old skills, I mean, effectively we might as well be making new ones, right, that are cooler and better. So effectively, you know, it started out there. And at some point we're like, okay, but like the graphics of the starting areas in PoE1, you know, we like the first act is like a particularly ugly. We really should like make a new act 1, you know, like you know, so to make that look better as well, because, you know, like by the time you got these great looking characters, but then they're in old environments, like that looks bad. So we really should update that as well. So effectively, like, we just kept on like more and more things kind of like got added and added as like, and effectively
it just turned into a new game.
Yeah, sort of did like that. And so when we even announced Path of Exile 2, we announced it as like, okay, we're going to have 2 campaigns, because at that point we decided to redo the whole campaign. We're going to have 2 campaigns, but it's going to have a shared end game, so that it's like effectively still the same game. And that was kind of what we announced initially in 2019, because at that point we were still in the mindset of like, we're effectively just, this is effectively just a giant expansion to Path of Exile that we're making here.
They were like, Path of Exile 2 gonna be just continuation, pretty much. The same characters will be transferred, blah blah blah, into the Path of Exile 2. I remember.
And then even later than that, then at some point, the point when it really split into 2 games was the point when I started wanting to make some much more serious changes to gameplay feel and to balance and so on. I don't think those necessarily were like it came from a specific philosophy that differed from PoE1 or anything. It was just that like, in order to make these skills feel good, I feel like I need to make these changes kind of thing. And at some point, we started getting a lot of like, especially from like QA, who are still mostly working on PoE1, and like some of the designers who are working exclusively on PoE1, we started to just get a lot of like, oh man, you can't really change this. Like it's changed, like, because, people are used to this and it won't be compatible with what people are doing. Like there was all sorts of, we just started to get a lot of like pushback on things where like, okay, it's going to break the game if you make this change. It's going to break the game if you make that change due to existing stuff.
What
and like
can
just
I show you guys?
various things like that. Just like lots of concern about that from inside the team. And so I started thinking about it, and I kind of just thought like, you know what, like at this point, we're effectively remaking everything. We might as well just go all the way and actually split the games apart from each other. And then as soon as we did that, it immediately was very freeing, because we could suddenly make a whole bunch of decisions that I guess we would have been, like as I said, that were hard to make just because of a lot of pushback within the studio about things. And like those people, it's like, well, if it's a different game, it's like a whole different question, right? We don't have to worry about all the stuff from the past. We can make a lot of changes, and that's sort of how we ended up with that. But I mean, at the same time, there was also this idea that like, we did need to make Path of Exile, in order to really make Path of Exile grow to sort of a much larger audience. We really did have to, like, there are a lot of people who have tried Path of Exile in the past who effectively, like
me.
Guys, you think you're gonna attract a new audience? You think they're gonna achieve it? Have you played original Path of Exile, and are you going to be playing Path of Exile 2 now? Attract? Yeah, like, okay, yeah, my point is like, are they going to stay? Yes and yes. I think it's too complex. Want to try it, we'll see how many it holds on to. It depends on the game. No, actually, no. It depends on actually the entrance to the game for the new players. Like, if you ended up in the end game, guys, like, you are good. You are like really good. Hope they stay. Yeah. Hi. So I'm saying about initial onboarding experience. How difficult it is and how insane it is. Does it feel in the beginning? Path of Exile 1, but just felt off. Really early, I went back to Diablo. There is a lot more buzz about this game. But I have 4 days off work. I know! Like, for a lot, no, like, middays for a lot of people. Yeah, Thanksgiving weekends. Maybe Path of Exile too. Imperator, hi, happy Thanksgiving. Soon I'll have 4 weeks of work. Good planning. It's very hard for new people. The question is, yeah, how it will be. How will be Path of Exile 2? How easy it will be to pick it up. They did some improvements. Early pain points will be fixed. No socket or links in gear means any new item found can be equipped if it's better. Luck really, and it doesn't start until December 20. But fucking 4 weeks, December 20. So I might get bored. I'm a casual player for sure. Still looks fun. I'll try it anyway. We're all gonna try it. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Turkey Day. PoE giveaway. It was too complicated for me to wrap my head around, so not even going to try Birth of Exile 2. But no, maybe you should think about this like the other way around, like maybe, because they did improvements in the whole making the game easy to understand, easier to start. They clearly did. Thank you so much for following. Sehr high, aber ich kann mir vorstellen, dass ein Großteil der Spielerbases abspringt. Nicht, dass es für sie ist. We will see. Please try it free at least. We will see, guys. We will see. I personally think they didn't. They do some improvements for the beginners. They did. They definitely. It's definitely easier. It's like easier to understand than Path of Exile 1. They could do more. They specifically decided to keep it the way it is. Because I fucking don't know why. Because they're aiming the different audience or something. Is now harder in early game. We'll do then Path of Exile 1, right? Using guides and had a blast. Yeah, you will need the guides. Core audience doubles. I still want a complex game made for gamers. Yeah, then you do not aim for, like, I don't know, like how many people are gonna stay. They're releasing like good timing, for real good timing. When I think about this, really good timing. Guys, when original Path of Exile was released, I don't think it was so hyped. I don't know. Darvo, we're gonna actually try this. We're gonna try to do without the guides. There are no guides right now because, like, okay, maybe today already shit will be determined. Fuck this. But truth to be told, right now you have the opportunity in the early access to try and clear the campaign without the guide, and let's see what will happen. Let us see. It is the first free act.
Fell off it for whatever reason. Maybe they didn't like the combat, or maybe it was too complex, or maybe they didn't like this, that, or the other thing.
6 years straight, I've tried the game and quit.
Yeah. So it's effectively by putting a line in the sand and saying, okay, we're making a sequel now. It effectively means all those people who tried it before and maybe didn't like it are like, okay, well maybe I'll give this another shot now, because you were saying that you have made a substantially different game here, which obviously we have. Mm-hmm. So it's a time for then all of those people who tried the game in the past to come back and give it another shot. I think that is another important element of making a sequel like that. So, yeah, I was just saying that's kind of how we ended up where we are.
Oh, okay, well that's good. All right.
Should be fine with
on that
chat.
Actually, because we're going to get into some PoE2 questions here now. But from my perspective, I got some time playing the game.
The risky territory.
I'm a big ARPG fan. I grew up playing Diablo 2. I had a cracked version on my mom's computer. She could barely pull me off of it any chance she got. But from my perspective, this game feels like a true evolution in the genre. It's the pacing, the combat, the dodge mechanics. What were you guys trying to accomplish with this? Because it does feel like an evolution. It doesn't play like any other ARPG I've played before.
So it really was an effort to make that combat feel just like just much better. And I think one of the things, so whenever we launch a Path of Exile 1 expansion, it's always very interesting to see what people say outside of the Path of Exile community. Like obviously the Path of Exile community gets all hyped about whatever the next big thing is, but it's very interesting to see other communities, because what you see there is what people, usually the top comment will be like, oh, I tried this, but the combat feels so dated and bad and all that sort of stuff, right? Effectively, like, it's interesting to see what it is that people who don't play PoE dislike about PoE, because that's a very interesting thing to think, okay, this is the stuff that we can potentially improve in order to get it better. And like, I love action games, like I'm just a big action game player. So I just wanted to make something that to me felt like a decent action game. Like I want to kind of be able to have the best of both worlds. I want to be able to feel like an action RPG as far as like all the stats and like, interesting stuff like along the traditional like looter type game.
Build diversity,
but I
all
also
that.
but I also want you to be able to approach it like an action game, where you've got mechanics that you can dodge, that you can understand, like you can see everything's got wind up, so you can see like what's going to hit you. You can learn mechanics of bosses. Like you can effectively I think if your character is weaker, you can overcome some degree of that in PoE2 with play skill. But then at the same time, if you don't have as much play skill, you also can overcome some of that by getting more stats and doing more grinding. So ideally, we can kind of get the best of both of those worlds. But it really just comes down to, I'm an action game fan. I want us to be good on the level of an action game.
Yeah. So actually, this lines up perfectly with this. So one of the things that I noticed actually getting hands-on time with the game was that every encounter that I got into, regardless of whatever character I played or how far I got into the game or how much gear I got or skills or whatever it might be, every single encounter felt meaningful. And it was in a way, and I was talking to some of the other creators at the event, and I said that this doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore. Because like Path of Exile, Diablo, these are games I got YouTube up on the second monitor. I'm watching something else, and it demanded my attention at every given moment. Otherwise, I very easily could lose, even though it was fighting something that otherwise I could probably overpower. Oddly, it reminds me of Elden Ring in a lot of ways, because it's just that engaging. How did you guys manage to create that kind of feel? Was that the intention, and what kind of impact do you guys think that's going to have on the gameplay overall?
So we really do want to make sure that, especially the first time you play through the campaign, that the combat isn't... And I mean, I think that the word around here that often says we don't want the combat to feel trivialized. Like we want it actually, like as you said, we want it to feel meaningful. And this has been a really big tension point in development a lot of the time, because I guess there's several reasons for that. So one of them is that if you're not expecting that as a player, that is like a very big different game feel.
6th of December.
Like it's a huge deal, right? So and like that's one of those things I feel like it's really important that people understand is that like like you're gonna have to concentrate on the bosses. Like the bosses shouldn't be you just walk up and kill them in 5 seconds. You need to like observe the mechanics and engage with them and like understand them, and like like it might take you a couple of deaths before you kill a boss. That kind of thing. And
I mean, we don't have any guides, Doc. Right now we don't have any guides, but maybe some shit will be determined. But so far we don't have any guides. So like I will try as well, but we'll see how it will go. Like my own character, guys, my own witch without any guides in Path of Exile. I'm saying this and I'm already, Anna, you're insane. No, yeah, I get it, but I'm a Turkey, I'm allowed. Might turn into a weekend game for me. A ghost, maybe. Fucking, I don't know, guys. Maybe like you will fall in love with this. With this game, maybe you will absolutely fall in love with this game. Maybe you will be like, what the fuck is this? It's too much, and baby.
What do you guys think is the key to maintaining that long-term engagement that you guys see with Path of Exile?
So I think there's a few elements. So one of them is the thing that I already mentioned before about the full economic reset being really important. But the next one is as well is that
Brief Mortal, I swear to God, I'm really sorry. Like I swear to God, because all of this, you don't need a guide to finish the campaign. I heard a lot about the original Path of Exile. I heard it a lot. And guess what? No, it's not true. Yes, you need a guide to finish the campaign in original Path of Exile. How it will be in Path of Exile 2, God knows.
Our just general view on maintaining a game, and I think this is something that the industry is more generally coming towards now, but only in the more recent years, is coming to the understanding that you don't want to keep players around forever. You want to give players a good experience that they're going to enjoy for, you know,
one
like
of the
a
really,
few weeks,
really
a month,
few people,
maybe 6 weeks, something like that. You know, some amount of time that's like bounded. And then you're happy to see them go to play other things, and then not in the knowledge that they're going to come back again later. Like you don't have to hang on to players forever, and I think that mindset is something we've had for quite a long time.
Thousands of guys for something.
And it's something that
not to use them.
you know, just I think just much better for the long term. Like there was a period, you know, when the MMOs were big, where it's like, you know, everyone was trying to like hang on to players for the longest amount of time. They were all subscription models, so it was like the interest was, you know, keeping people around forever. And
I think we all
takes a while for that kind of it takes a while for that mindset to kind of go away. And it's sort of very interesting to see as well that and this is kind of a weird maybe a weird connection, but in the mobile world, for some reason I feel like they still treat players very much this way, that it's all about they want to try and keep players forever. And as I said, I think that it's kind of something that is ultimately self-defeating, because players will just burn out. Like you really would much rather give them a satisfying experience than like, okay, you know what, I'm done with this, but I'm going to come back again later. So I mean, that's like one really important thing, I think, for sure.
So do you guys think that your monetization has something to do with that? Because like you guys have a very like player-first approach to your monetization. You guys are, I mean, especially in the like free-to-play realm, you guys are, you know, a rare breed, to say the least. How much of an impact do you think that has on it?
I mean, I definitely think that comes a lot to sort of player trust, you know, like by not being aggressive with monetization, by making sure that we, you know, everyone, what we do feels fair. I think that it just means that, you know, players trust us and they're much more likely to spend money just on the idea that, you know, I'm supporting the game that I'm enjoying playing. Look, I'm sure there are things that we could do that would like juice our monetization significantly beyond what we're doing now. But we wouldn't enjoy doing those things. And I think that'd ultimately be self-defeating. You know, it's much better to just do what we do. And honestly, like, monetization is something that like, it's not our first thought when we're coming to design things. Like our first thought is about designing the game. And then monetization really is like, okay, like, obviously we want to make some cool stuff there. But it's like really the first thing is like first make a good game, and then if the game is good enough, the hope is that players will then want to support you. The hope is that players will want to support you in what you're doing. So I mean that's kind of always been our view on it. And you know, it's funny, even at the start. So we started the game in 2006, like working on it, and at that time free to play was really not a thing in the Western world. And the reason why we chose that is because we kind of thought, you know, well, we're not some big studio, we're just some random dudes in New Zealand, you know, like if I don't think we can even get people to buy our game, and like how would we even distribute it, and like all this stuff. Like we were like, we couldn't even do this. So free to play felt like a way for us to be able to actually get an audience. But then the only examples that we had were all of the pay to win things that were going on in Asia at the time. So we were like, well, obviously nobody in the we were like nobody in the West would ever accept anything that was pay to win. Clearly, right? That's clearly not okay. It's kind of what we were thinking about at the time. So we were like, well, so obviously we need to do all of this cosmetic stuff that we do. So that was kind of like our thinking back then. And it's funny because it turned out that actually Western gamers will accept pay to win in a lot of cases. There are like a bunch of pay to win games that are successful in the West after all. But our whole thesis at the time was like, you know, nobody would accept this. I mean, we wouldn't accept it, right? As players, like that's what we were thinking. So therefore, you know, that was the monetization model that we picked. That was our thinking.
I think that in a lot of ways that the player first approach, not going the pay to win approach and things like that you've seen with many other games. Well, there have been some successful ones that are out there. I think especially recently, I'm not going to name any names or anything like that, but there's a lot of live service games that have come out that did lean on those pay to win systems, or they were a little bit too aggressive with their monetization. Maybe it's they monetize too many things. Maybe they price things too high or whatever it might be. Especially when there's games that are like parallels of each other, right? You'll have two games that are basically like the same thing, but one is, you know, way more expensive to play than the other one. I think that it builds a lot of customer loyalty more than anything else. And how do you think that loyalty like really plays into like the longevity of your game? Because like I said, I've seen a lot of these games basically come out and then fizzle out really quickly because of their monetization.
I mean, it absolutely does factor into it. Like, no doubt that it does. But I mean, you still at the end of the day have to make a good product, right? Like like the gameplay itself is king. Yeah. And I would say that the main thing you don't want is the monetization to be getting in the way of that. And monetization really can do that because the moment that you monetize something,
the wait is so painful.
The game
Guys,
designers
I'm telling you.
Influenced by the existence of that thing.
B, there's
if you're selling a certain thing,
I can't, guys. I'm opening YouTube and there is a reaction on reaction of a reaction
game design
video.
Decisions around,
and there is actually not so much gameplay. Gameplay videos.
I think battle passes are probably the best example of that, where they they're curbing all of the gameplay around how you progress a battle pass and things like that.
Right. So, that's why you've got to be so careful what you decide to monetize, because it will affect what you do with other things. And I think that's almost inevitable to an extent that, it's like it is so dangerous to do that stuff because it just affects you so much. And I actually think there's a thing that in my mind is connected. By the way, here that. It's not technically the same thing, but you know how a lot of live service games will have play this weekend and get double drops, and play this weekend and get 2 times experience, and this kind of stuff like that. Like that stuff, I think, really undermines the integrity of the game very significantly in the long term. Like that stuff, like sure, that weekend a bunch of people will turn up, but then I feel like then you're like, when you don't have that, now you're much less likely to play. And so then you get into this death spiral of like, okay, well, the only time people turn up is when you start turning on double experience weekends. And so it's like, now that's what the game is. And it's like, you've kind of compromised the whole thing. So it's like, even just that, like stuff, that's not even really to do with monetization even. It's just like another thing where it's like, it's an outside element, outside of the gameplay.
You're using marketing to push gameplay.
Yeah, that shouldn't be there. And I really hate that stuff. And like, I mean, you people will all the time suggest this kind of stuff, right? Like, and you get this with like third-party publishers as well, where it's like you'll be publishing in a market and they're like, oh, we want to be able to run an event where blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, we just will not do it. Like, in the long term, it just breaks things. Like, and they'll say, look, when we do it in this game, we get so much more players. And it's like, well, yeah, you do that weekend. But like it's just not good in the long term. So we never do that stuff. And I think that it's once again another one of those things that in the long term I think is much better for the health of the game.
I think that like generosity is always a good thing to have in games, and maybe it's not like double XP weekends or anything like that, because obviously I wholeheartedly agree with you that it has a negative impact more than a positive impact in a lot of cases. I brought up like Warframe like earlier. Every single day you log into Warframe, there's a reward that you get, no matter I think how long you play the game, and sometimes that reward could be like a 75% off of the premium currency for the game or something like that. So players always feel rewarded for logging in all the time. So I think there's different ways to go about it, but yeah, for sure that's. It's definitely not the way. One thing that I definitely wanted to make sure to bring up as well is, I'll be real, the carrying over all microtransactions from PoE1 to PoE2 is unheard of. It is, most companies would probably see this as an opportunity to be able to double dip, to be able to, have their existing audience pay for all new things all over again, start over fresh. In an entirely different microtransaction ecosystem. What was your guys' motivation to, what a lot of companies would probably look at as throw away all that money?
So I think there's like 3 or maybe even 4 sort of things going on here. So one of them is having started from a position of this is an expansion to Path of Exile 1 certainly was part of the part of the initial sort of thinking there. But the other thing as well is that okay, so Let's think about sequels to live service games that have existed. Now, every time that people have done sequels to live service games, and there's not like that many of them.
No.
A lot of the time, the sequels end up doing worse than the original game, and you have to go back a little bit for some of these. But effectively, it's not always the case that the sequels do better. But what had been the case before for all the sequels to live service games was that the original game effectively took a back seat and no longer received any development and effectively, was dead. And we're like, well, why do that, right? Like, why do that when we have something that there is an audience for that people love?
We're playing it today, right?
So I'm like, right. So I'm like, okay, well, in order, like, when you're a game designer, you think a lot in terms of incentives, right? It's like, okay, like, because like just as a general mindset as a game designer, you're like, okay, because every time you design anything, you're like, okay, what are the incentives for the player? What's this? I'm also thinking about like what are the incentives that we as a company will have, depending on how we structure this. So I'm like, okay, if we make sure that the microtransactions span across both games, that means that as a company, we will have an incentive to make sure that Path of Exile 1 continues to receive content, because we will still be getting monetization from that. Because the feeling that players will have is that PoE 1 is still getting, because PoE 1 will still be getting monetization because of the fact that all that stuff goes back as well as forwards. That means that we'll always be incentivized to support it. So effectively, I wanted to like build into what the company is doing, a way to incentivize us to do the right thing here. And so that's like part of the reason why we did it that way. But there's one other point as well I want to make, which is that when you do run a live service game, you kind of realize that like the stuff that's selling is the new stuff. And I don't think that like reselling a bunch of stuff from the past to everyone again is necessarily even going to make that much money anyway. It's like, sure, I mean, there's stash tabs and stuff, and that would have been like a short-term injection of cash probably if we'd done that. But really, in the long term, there's two things that are going to give us more money. One of them is like, getting new players. And those new players won't have paid us any money before, so they've got nothing to carry over. And the second thing is, keeping people interested in playing the game over and over again through all the different leagues, and thus, buying supporter packs through each of those times as well. And people having all their old stuff carry over really doesn't matter for those things, right? Like if our goal is long-term success of PoE2 and 1, then it really, we can make this, and I don't think it should really hurt us at all in the long term. So I think just like for several reasons, it was the right move to do, and obviously players, are very happy about it as well. It makes the people who played the game before feel valued, and like, we're not just going to throw this stuff in the garbage whenever we decide to do something new, which I think is very important. There's that feeling of like we actually care about all that stuff that we sold you before. So I think that all of that stuff combined really does just make for, to me, a no-brainer decision. So this wasn't a difficult decision at all. It was something that was very obvious to us right from the point when we decided to make PoE2, and so I guess that's the sort of our thinking behind it.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. My stash tabs, thank you, by the way, but it's an interesting direction to take. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that it seems like a no-brainer decision to just go ahead and transfer things between the two, because I think in a lot of cases for like the existing PoE audience, you're going to have people that are going to play both.
Mm-hmm, for sure,
right? Like they're going to go back and forth between the two of them, and they're going to spend money on both of them. Sure. And again, I think this kind of goes back into this like conversation of like, when you treat players like that, when you make things so accessible, when you don't make a situation where it looks like you're just trying to take money from them at every given turn, I think it builds a relationship in which they don't feel like they need to spend money. They feel like they want to, like they want to support you. And I think that's something that's really important. This ties into like a conversation. This is more of like a philosophical thing on my part, but over the last couple of years, I've noticed that there's been a trend lately where I think that a lot of companies are trying to either strike a balance or try to trend in the direction of like younger audiences and different, people like to say the mythical modern audience or something like that. And one of the things that I've noticed is that like great games just seem to land well, right? Like Elden Ring is a game that's played by ages probably 13 to like, I don't know, probably folks in their 70s have played Elden Ring. Like it really does cover that massive group of people. And I think that in a lot of cases, the industry is kind of losing sight of how like older players are not aging out of video games like they would in other industries. Right. So like they feel like they have to target their games towards something else. And I noticed like the first thing that caught me off guard was when I logged into Path of Exile, and the first thing that happens is all of the other characters get hung. So it's like it's not a game that immediately wants to treat you like a child. Like it has its tone, it knows what its universe is and what its themes are.
It's the dude.
How do you think you strike that middle ground, or do you think it's necessary to strike a middle ground with an audience?
Upgraded.
Well, at the end of the day, what we're doing is making a game that we enjoy, right? Like we're making a game that we think is cool. And I think the danger really comes when you try to make a game for an audience that you're not part of. Like I think that's where you start to make things that appeal to nobody. Because you probably the people you're trying to make a game for that aren't you feel patronized by whatever it is you're doing. There's a
lot of examples of that.
Yeah, and you don't, and also you don't, once again, you just don't know what it is they want. Like the only person that I know, like the person I know the most, what they want is myself, right?
Yeah.
Like I know exactly what I'm looking for in a game.
I know, I did.
And so, and also like a lot of the people on the team as well. Like
it's the best highlight video of
the development team
became
really need
so
to like what it is they're making. So,
fucking OP.
as I said, we're making a game for ourselves primarily, and I think if we do that, we will find an audience of people who are like us, who enjoy this kind of thing. And we do enjoy, like darker
when you
themes
haven't found
and like
stuff,
doing, like fun stuff. Like just honestly, it's just really fun to do this stuff. The most fun that our artists have are when they're and
you're not gonna find
like
the
making
stuff.
things
You
more
won't.
extreme. Like you probably, I guess you probably didn't. No, we did. We show you in that presentation the Black Chambers that has all the crazy body horror stuff, and it's like they had so much fun. Just like, oh yeah, what do we get this guy? Just like pull his intestines around a crate, like around a gear train, like like stuff like that. They're just like and like slicing the guy in half vertically.
The minute I saw like the cheese grater machine, I was like, thank God.
So it's like there's a smile on the artist's face when they're designing stuff like that. So it's like, and if they're enjoying it, then the players will enjoy it. So like I think that's really what it comes down to. Just target yourself, like make stuff that you think is cool, and then so long as there's enough other people like you out there, then you'll get a big audience.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. These are we're into the bonus round here. Here we go. Path of Exile. Oh, this is a really good one. So obviously, long-standing game. There's a lot of narrative and story elements from Path of Exile 1. A lot of world building that's very pivotal to this game. It's picking up off of the events of Path of Exile, obviously. How do you guys approach storytelling and in a way to keep players invested, but also, with Path of Exile 2 coming out, how are you guys going to, onboard those new players that maybe won't go play Path of Exile 1?
I think Turkey's eating in Turkey would be
you really
super fucked
can
up.
play through PoE2 and understand the story without knowing anything about PoE1. Like it is the same world. There are going to be some characters to repeat, that kind of thing. Like if you played PoE1, there's a lot of stuff there for you. But we do have to make sure that the story feels engaging to someone who just didn't experience it before. I think one of the things that's really interesting with storytelling and action RPG is that you have to be really careful not to be overbearing. Like there are cases where we expect people to play through the game lots of times, right? And so like if you have a lot of so the quintessential thing that a lot of games do, most games do, is they'll detach the camera from the play, from the play position, and they'll like do things like you talk to an NPC and it comes down and you've got stuff like that, right? And I think for a game that you play through one time, that stuff is very effective and works well, and it does help with engagement in the story, and like that's a good thing. But the moment that you do that, when you've got a campaign that you want people to be able to like run through quickly, taking the camera away from where it is and putting it somewhere else immediately makes it feel like a chore to engage with all of those NPCs and everything. Like in PoE1, if you want to, you can burn through like all of that story and quest stuff like very, very easily. And so we're kind of trying to make sure that in PoE2, like we had this sort of difficult challenge of like, we want people to care about the story more than they did in PoE1, but we also don't want to have that feeling of like, oh, you like made the campaign this annoying process to have to go through. I think that is something that some of the games have run into, and so then they start to think, oh, we need ways to skip it, and like it drives all of that stuff, right? Like we want we want to try and do both. So I think that what we've really tried to do is to add more of that story stuff through the campaign in ways that are both not annoying but do sort of allow you to experience stuff without having to stop your gameplay. So you've got things like as you're walking through areas, like sometimes that you can click on that like will play as you as you run through and stuff like that. We've also made the like more I guess, like animated story moments that you sort of get to experience without actually having to stop running around. You know, like you've got things like boss intros and things like that. Like you get a moment to like tell a bit of a story as the bosses coming out. You know, with a few lines of dialogue that can really, you know, like make like, sell the idea.
Emote. And once again,
without kind of getting in your way.
Always.
So I guess that's the sort of main thing. And I think one of the games that inspires me the most, strangely enough, in this regard, is Half-Life, where they always made sure to never break
the characters'
fucking
thank you so much. Thank you.
Like you've got 1%.
Guys, it's Turkey subs. I will put it on because it's insane. Fucking hell! Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful people. Allocated. Beautiful people. If you are celebrating Thanksgiving, then ultimately happy Thanksgiving to you. If you do not celebrate Thanksgiving, you're today celebrating the fucking happy food coma day. You're celebrating today the ultimate food coma. Thank you so much. I was like practicing like this week a little bit. First on paper and then let's go. It's a food coma day. Thank you so much. Eat today something wonderful, guys. Eat today something wonderful. Sushi. No, I mean, like, depending where you are in the world.
Perspective through the entire game, right? Yeah. Like, there's never a moment where, like, you know, like where you have a cutscene or you fade out and fade in and do something else. Like, and I agree with that thing wholeheartedly. At the moment you do that, you feel like you lose control and you feel like it's a game telling you something rather than you playing something. So I actually am a big believer in like keeping the character's perspective the entire time. So that being said, we do have a few things. You know, there's an intro cinematic that you guys got to see.
It was very good.
That was a lot of fun to create, by the way. And there's even a couple more things like that later on in the campaign as well.
Very cool.
Which we'll be doing. So yeah, I think that the story stuff is a lot better in PoE2 than it was in PoE1. But we still, as I said, have to maintain that idea of like, don't get in the way, don't be annoying, don't like if you know what you're doing. Don't make you have to do annoying steps. Like, actually, here's another random example about this kind of stuff where like there's this idea in where we have to consider both what the character knows but also what the player knows. So in our storyline, unlike a lot of games, if you know,
sorry, little break, guys, I'm trying to figure out, do I have gluten intolerance? Do I have lactose intolerance? Or do I have, or am I normal and I'm just dying? But I figured out that I'm eating gluten and lactose every single day. Gluten intolerance? I don't know. Suitable for D players. Would be something you can use without 10k play hours. We all hope, we all believe. A lactose intolerance.
As a player,
you're allergic
where
to
something is before someone has told you about it, then we will allow you to go and do that quest before you know about the quest and that kind of stuff. And like we're generally pretty consistent with the idea that like that you don't have to just talk to an NPC just to find something out that the player already knew. Like that's really important. Like you don't just, like, you know, like if you can always like you have to go to an NPC if you have to like turn in a quest item because they need to like, you know, make something for you or do something like that. But if you already know exactly how something works, there is no requirement for you to talk to an NPC just to find that out. And once again, I think that's a bit unusual as far as games go because most story games kind of like the character has to know about something before you're allowed to do it. Whereas in a lot of cases, but here it's like it's very important to us that if you know what the campaign is and you've done the storyline a million times, you just go straight there, you just do the thing, and it's very you know, there's nothing in your way.
Are there instances in which you could actually go and like take down like a boss that might be a part of a quest before the quest is actually taken?
Yeah, absolutely. That happens all the time. So we do in some cases have blockages and things that but when we do that, it's because there's some key you have to get from something and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so there are blockages
Diablo 4
on the way
lady,
that are mandatory.
one.
But generally speaking, you can ignore the NPCs for everything except having to turn in quest items, and then you'll still be able to complete everything just fine.
That's cool.
And go through everything just fine.
Yeah, I like that because the idea is this kind of goes back to one of our earlier discussions, but it's the idea of earning the ability to trivialize the game.
It's Dvorak.
You know what I mean? So like, and that's something that players like.
It can develop.
Who knew players like to earn things in games, including skill and reputation and items and whatnot. But I think that there's something really special in that, where for these more experienced players, once you've run through the campaign a couple of times, now all of a sudden I don't need to talk to these people. I can go grab this. I can go kill this. I can do this. I can come back and then take the quest for everything and then go back.
We eat shit tons of milk products, so I don't know how to exist like this.
So. Just in general, with PoE, you guys have PoE2. You guys have done a lot of new things. You guys have added a lot of new things. How much freedom do you guys give your team to experiment with new ideas, and how do you guys decide what features are making it into these games?
So it is honestly a mix, but I guess one of the things I like to do as a manager generally is that if someone suggests something, and I've got an idea as well, then if those things are of equal weight, like if I don't have a reason particularly to prioritize one or the other, I'll always go with what the team wants to do over what I prefer to do. I think that's just important because it means that the team just feels a lot more ownership over what the game is, and they feel like that their ideas are actually getting in, and they feel like what they come up with kind of gets into the final product. So like it's interesting being a game director because you've kind of got this mix of tyranny but also democracy in terms of you obviously have to make sure that the game is going in the direction. I'm not going to do anything in the game that is something that I wouldn't like. But at the same time, if I'm ambivalent towards something but another team member is really passionate about it, then it's absolutely something that I think that they should be allowed to do because it'll make them much happier. And I think also the passion of the person making the product goes through a lot in the final result. So I always want to err on that side. But the main thing, of course, that I'm here to say is you know what? But if I am no, I don't like this, I really have to just be tyrannical and say, this can't go in the game because I don't. I really have to, on some level, have some kind of cohesion around the whole vision of the thing. Yeah. You really don't want it to turn into some kind of design by committee product either. So it is a bit of a tough balance, but ultimately, I would hope that the team feels like ideas they come up with have a good shot to go in. And generally speaking, I'm fairly fine with whatever ideas they come up with going. And so long as there's something that I don't think is making the game worse, I'm like, go right ahead. Yeah. You can. Let's go with that. Let's come up. Let's do this crazy boss. Let's do whatever crazy monster you came up with.
Yeah, I like that, especially with the boss design and stuff like that. I think that when I was playing the build of PoE2 that I was playing, the boss design is something. It's wild how much you guys have evolved it since your last game, or just in general, just for the genre. It's just so cool. Sure.
Boss design,
which actually
nice.
it brings me to one final question that I have, and this is something that was kind of brought up when we were at the event. I just want to say that I appreciate the genius of this. But the idea that you guys are going to be releasing the first 3 acts and then you are going straight into the end game because you guys want to make sure that in early access, the end game is what is getting played. The end game is what's being tested. What's the motivation behind that? I feel like obviously part of it is somewhat a no-brainer because PoE is its end game in a lot of cases. These games are their end game in a lot of cases. But what are you guys looking to accomplish for it? And what was the what was the mindset making such a intelligent decision?
So it's funny because you say it's a no-brainer, but it surprisingly took us a while to realize that that's what we needed to do. And strangely enough, it actually happened. We changed direction completely to this when we were making when we did the announcement for Settlers of Calgar. And so what happened was, we obviously had a bunch of in-game plans, and we had a design for what the in-game would be, but we did the Settlers of Calgar announcement, and that announcement was really huge. And
it's so good.
On the same day as that announcement occurred, there was also a Diablo 4 announcement where they announced, I think it was a class they were announcing, and everyone was saying, Blizzard's making this expansion and it costs $60 or whatever it costs. and the amount of and the content they're making is like not even as large as this random PoE1 expansion that's coming out. You know what I mean? Like there was all this sort of stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I'm like, okay, well, so first of all, like making a class is actually like a way larger amount of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Than making Settlers of Calgo was. Like honestly, when you actually compare the two in terms of the amount of work that goes into it, one of them is a lot easier. But then I was talking to Mark about this, and Mark was like, well, yeah, but so maybe they should be making more of the type of content like what we're making. And I was like, well, you're not wrong about that. Like, okay, just because something takes more work doesn't necessarily mean that like that's the right thing to be doing.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, hang on, are we making the same mistake with PoE2? Like we were barreling forward thinking like we have to finish this campaign before we can work on all this endgame stuff. And then I was like, well, hang on, like why are we making all this content that's really hard to make when we could be making content that's honestly easier to make, and probably the players will get a lot more satisfaction out of it. Like there'll be a lot more actual gameplay that comes. It's like because like when you're making a game like ours, it's like you've got this phase where you make you have to make a bunch of art, you have to make a bunch of animation and like all this sort of stuff, and then there's the phase where like you get to like do a bunch of remixes and reuse and like all that stuff, and like an in game typically is where all that sort of stuff happens. And like that stuff is honestly easier to do than making it in the first place. And yet the amount of actual value that a player gets out of that is like in a lot of ways higher.
Much higher.
So we effectively were just like, you know what? Like why are we not just stopping? Like we need to just drop everything. We were like towards the end of making to finishing Act 4. And we were like, you know what? Let's just drop everything that we're doing. Yeah, we'd already done a pass through the game, by the way, so like a lot of that stuff's already done. But like we were like doing the polish work on Act 4. But like, let's just drop everything and just focus entirely on in-game now. Like, let's take what we've been doing with in-game and like now we're going to put the whole company on it. We're going to stop completely working on all of the campaign stuff that we're doing, and we're just going to focus entirely on in-game and make that as big as we possibly can. Because the players will get a lot more out of that. And like honestly, like a 3-act campaign for a new player, it's already a huge game. Like sure, we're making a game that's that's 50 hours long, but having a 25-hour long game is also still a big campaign, right? Like, and yet, And the other thing as well about this is that if we have a bad end game when we get to early access, then we kind of have to say to people, hey, trust us, guys. There's a good end game coming. You guys don't really. I mean, we'll tell you kind of what it is, but like you guys have to just sort of trust us what it is, right? But if we have a great end game and then the campaign's 3 acts short, well, it's like you know exactly what another 3 acts is going to be like because you just played the first 3, right? So it's like you know exactly what to expect when we add that later. But we get to impress you with an end game before that point. So that really was what it came down to. But yeah, it was not really that long ago when we came to do that. And I think that was a really important decision because we effectively, and the other fun thing about it, by the way, is that now like making the end game for PoE2 is like going back to the like making PoE1 leagues again, except with the resources of the whole company all in one thing. So it's like making 7 leagues concurrently, which is kind of a crazy thing, but it's been very fun. It's been a lot of fun to work on that stuff, and it's.
Once you reached maps, I don't know, guys. I understand. I totally understand. I get it what he's saying. And game is super important for replayability of the game. But their main issue is that a lot of people, they don't reach maps because they are not focused on the campaign. Where the fuck do you even then have it? I don't know.
It's just pretty cool. So it's funny because in retrospect, it's like obviously this is the right move, right? Like obviously this is better.
Yeah.
But it did take a little while, and it took that moment of like, well, what the hell are we doing here? To actually realize that we had to change direction like that.
Yeah, because I mean, like from my perspective, when I'm looking at it, it's like, well, story content. It's not like it's not worthwhile, and the work that your folks have been doing on it isn't worthwhile. There's a lot of value in it, but the vast majority of that value will be extracted within the first couple months of the game releasing, and then done. Whereas, Endgame is the reason why people keep coming back to the game over and over and over
again.
But
also, a lot of the value that we get from making that stuff is that we then get to use it to remix it to make it an endgame. And so, like the endgame maps that we were showing, like all of them look like unique areas, but all of them are just like done by just like. We've got so many assets through the campaign of the game that we can take and then turn into maps. Like when people are making new maps, it really only takes a few days to turn around a new one, because like in-game maps I'm talking about, because in terms of the environment, I mean, because they just take a bunch of existing stuff and they're putting it back together. And it's like you'd be surprised how different you can make areas feel than campaign areas by changing remixing a few different tile sets together, doing some changing the color of things, changing the lighting settings and all that sort of stuff, and suddenly you've got an area that just doesn't feel like anything else you've done. And then you make a few specific bespoke tiles to kind of make to add like a specific theme to the area, and then you've got a new map. And it's like we can do that stuff so quickly, and it really makes the in-game feel gigantic. There's just all sorts of shit in there that, there's so many maps and like interesting things to find, and the last benefit is that for a lot of developers, when you're making content quickly, you just feel so much more productive, and it's so much more fun to actually get stuff working. Like it's the slow grind that kind of wears on you over the years, but the whole just like, oh man, we're just like making maps left and right. We're like turning out all these systems. Like it just feels great to do. So
yeah, I would imagine, especially because you got to think. You already do think, but with you guys been working on Path of Exile 1 for so long, it's like going back to their regular grind when you're just going to make the end game content, right? It's like, oh, we were already doing this. So that's cool. That's cool, man. I'm looking forward to it. I know a lot of people are looking forward to it. I think that it's going to be a very special game. You guys have put a lot of love in, a lot of care, and it even as an early build that I've gotten my hands on, it feels transformative in ways that I haven't been able to express properly in words yet, but believe me, I will.
I'm really glad to hear that. That's great to hear.
Is there anything that you would like to say about Path of Exile 2, or anything you'd like to say to the audience for the end of this? Give it a second.
So obviously it's a scary going into a launch, right? Because you don't know how people are going to react. But I think that I'm really happy with the work the team have done on the game. Like it's just so. I think it's a good game, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing how people react to it. Like I just want to see were we crazy this whole time what we were making, or did we actually do we have the right idea? All the changes we've made, all the things we've done. I just want to see does it actually, are players actually going to love it? And I'm hoping they do.
Yeah, I think they will. I think they will. Well, man, thank you for joining me.
8 days left. Fuck this. Eight days left. 196 hours. I hate that. The wait is killing me. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, we just can't rewatch the reaction of the reaction in the reaction videos.
Sir.
But you know what? Once in eternity, we have Path of Exile 2 cinematic.
Just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world.
Yeah, most likely the server will be broken.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
I watched Frosty's video, lost it. I lost all the shit.
It's Dorman.
Mad Genius, I lost it completely.
Yeah. Then Dorman.
You are not allowed such things in a communistic Russia. In a communistic Russia, you would be beaten.
The kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
I don't know how many more cinematics, guys. Are they confirmed that there are going to be any other cinematics? No, something will be there.
Summon!
Incinerate. Fuck yeah.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain?
Saucer is not the worst choice, just saying.
His own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back will be blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready.
I want to post a picture.
It's a man.
No, it's not.
The server room that GGG are using, it was average size in Bath. Some new hardware, highly possible. I don't know. I don't like.
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir.
I don't know, guys. No, what do you think? The service will be stable 6th of December.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have on
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
No, let's hope so.
Path of Exile 1's lore is stellar,
Essential
but many people
lore?
tune it out due to its presentation. However, it looks like Path of Exile 2 will step up in the story department. To prepare anyone who has not played PoE 1 or did give it a go but never got into the lore, but wants to know the essentials for Path of Exile 2, I present this video. Path of Exile 1's lore you need to know for Path of Exile 2. The Basics, Part 1 of 4. Moana Exiles Talk to Try here with another Path of Exile 1 and 2 video. Like the video if you end up liking it, and make sure to subscribe to the channel for future content just like this. Thank you so much for watching. Topic 1. Rayclast. Almost all of Path of Exile 1 and 2's stories occur on the continent of Rayclast, defined very clearly as follows. Rayclast is a dark, brutal continent, scarred by mysterious catastrophes of the past and inhabited by creatures of nightmare. The very environment challenges exiles who dare explore it. The land is swarmed by monsters, inhabited by restless dead, plagued by vagabonds, despots, and of course, criminals like the player character in Path of Exile 1. We arrive in Rayclast originally as a form of punishment, unknowing that as an exile, those who banished us had far more dastardly intentions. There are tiny settlements across Rayclast, points of fading light in this abyssal void, but they are far and few between. Across these safe havens lies endless troves of danger, beasts, and invaluable items like uniques and virtue gems, which we'll discuss soon. In Path of Exile 2, it appears most of our journey will occur on the cursed wanderings of Rayclast, though there's always a chance we venture far and wide, or to another realm entirely. We'll discover the truth soon enough. Topic 2. Virtue Gems. Among these treasured objects are arguably the most coveted artifacts across all of Rayclast, Virtue Gems. These magical slags of rock embody all thaumaturgy, or magic, in Rayclast. They are also the skill and support gems our characters use to power almost every single one of our abilities. Every virtue gem is mined from the Great Mount Baruso,
the problems of
the
those
titanic
people.
mountain which houses a creature called the Beast, which we'll discuss in a few moments. It's theorized that virtue gems are crystallized corruption that feed off the willpower of their user. They allow us to conjure fire from thin air, imbue our weapons with giantish might, and alter our abilities to do the impossible. The number of virtue gems in the wild is unknown, with some equating their quantity to flecks of sand on a beach. But it's well known they all originate from Rayclast and from within the Beast's confinements. In the past, civilizations attempted to encase virtue gems in their bodies, which led to catastrophic results, like the Gemlings. We'll talk about some of these civilizations momentarily. Over time, people discovered the best way to wield them was through weapons and other gear, which is why we slot them into our equipment in-game. We receive the immense power without the deadly cost.
Like soon
Without the
or in
strength
3
intrinsic
days.
to virtue gems, it's certain exiles like us in Path of Exile 1 would be unable to face the tremendous horrors of Rayclast. In Path of Exile 2, this is no different. Virtue gems remain the primary method of increasing our might and pushing further and further into the darkness and corruption of Rayclast. Though thanks to some mechanical system changes, we may have a few questions about virtue gems that shall need answering.
I hope he will be
Topic
fine if I will
3.
restream it.
The Val. Now, let's explore 4 core civilizations and cultures integral to the story of Path of Exile 1, and most likely Path of Exile 2, beginning with the Val. The most ancient of advanced civilizations to walk the continent of Rayclast were the Val.
He's okay.
They predate most of the well-storied cultures and stories of the current day, and were among the first to begin experimenting with virtue gems. With them, they gained great power over other cultures and creatures of Rayclast.
I'm gonna restream it, guys, but only if you promise me that you follow them. That you follow the sexy both people.
One of the most famous savants of virtue gems was Doriani, a Val thaumaturgist who both led to the success and utter destruction of the Val. Or so it is thought. Although the Val were technologically advanced, with many of their remains in the present being high-functioning constructs and unbelievable structures, one of the most basic urges of humankind was their downfall: greed. Under the direction of Atziri, the last queen of the Val, Doriani pursued the secrets of immortality and unrivaled power over others. This pursuit ended in a cataclysmic event during which the vast majority of the Val were killed and their country wiped from the face of Rayclast. Beings of pure chaos, like chaos itself, suggest there's more to this apocalyptic event than is currently surmised, that perhaps the Val saved Rayclast from a terrible fate. But for now, all that's just a theory. With Path of Exile 2's third act heavily influenced by the Val and exploring their decrepit,
Fucking
but
that I
beautiful
haven't
lands,
seen this boss
we're
yet.
certain to discover more about their culture and influence over Rayclast. Topic 4. The Karui. Another civilization native to the cruel land of Rayclast are the Karui. They live across the Great Karui Archipelago and Yamakanui in tribes, often in combat with each other, and great civilizations who encroach on the land of Rayclast, most notably the Eternals, who we'll discuss in a minute. Their vast conquest across mainland Rayclast are recounted as legend, and the figures who led their hordes are some of the most well-known in all of history, notably King Kaum and Queen Hiri, Kaum's niece. In Path of Exile 2, it appears we might venture into the Karui afterlife, the Halls of the Dead, where all the iconic people from Karui legend reside. We're also going to Nyamakanui itself. There, we'll likely learn much more about these Rayclast natives, how their story unfolds 20 years after the events of Path of Exile 1. Topic 5. The Eternals. Descended from distant Rayclast natives known as the Izmiri are the Eternals of the Eternal Empire. Ruled by a line of emperors from its capital of Song, the location of the Val Empire's long-gone capital, the Empire conquered a majority of mainland Rayclast and subjected much of the populace to its rule. Additionally, they acted as an extension of the Val in terms of civilization and virtue gem study, with one of their head thaumaturgists, Malachi, progressing virtue gem and thaumaturgy research like an echo of Doriani. They even had an entire horde, bolstered by virtue gems inserted into the being. The Gemling Legions. After years of successful rule by legendary figures like Tarkus Varuso and Emperor Azaro Frecius, the Eternal Empire buckled under the rule of Chittus Parandus and a revolt known as the Purity Rebellion, headed by the rebel Vol. This conflict shaped the continent of Rayclast and enveloped numerous pre-existing factions. At its core, the rebellion focused on the wiping clean of the use and experimentation of virtue gems and thaumaturgy and the embrace of a monotheistic religion. Vol won, but in his victory and ascension to Emperor, Malachi, the aforementioned head thaumaturgist and imaginary descendant of Doriani, tricked Vol. Malachi promised he could bring an end to all thaumaturgy, but ended up spewing forth the cataclysm from within the beast, which brought an end to the Eternal Empire, killing the bulk of those who lived across the land and further corrupting all of Rayclast. More on the beast soon, and more on Malachi in the next video. Topic 6. The Templars. The Eternals were survived by the youngest of Rayclast civilizations, the Templar of Oriath, a culture devoted to the worship of God and the endowment of an orderly world. These people live on a tiny island off the southeast coast of Rayclast, their country founded by the followers of Innocence, banished by the ancient Izmiri. Though they boast godliness, order, and righteousness, their true actions showcase anything but. Their civilization is built on the backs of Karui slaves. Their leaders, the High Templars, are mostly corrupt and knee-deep in following in Doriani and Malachi's footsteps. If you choose to play as a Templar in Path of Exile 1, he espouses as much. Still, they are the preeminent and most powerful civilization still breathing in Path of Exile 1 for most of the game. By the time Path of Exile 2 rolls around, they are beleaguered and broken, but still alive.
Need to test.
Hints point at their possible resurgence, with a new hero at their helm, but nothing is yet confirmed. Topic 7. The Gods. In the earliest stirrings of the world, mortals could rise to become bastions of power, ascending above their fleshy compatriots. These larger-than-life entities were and still are called gods of Rayclast. Their power was derived from sheer number of worshippers and belief in them, for the most part. This rise to prominence caused them to become immortal, at the cost of their own humanity. Up until the point the beast was created, mortals could ascend to godhood using divine power. After the creation of the beast, new gods could not rise with the help of divinity, but plenty of mortals absorbed power using the strength of corruption. More on the beast next. In Path of Exile 2, the gods of Rayclast should be still alive and well, with many of the most well-known ones dead, killed by the protagonist of Path of Exile 1. It's a wonder which we'll encounter throughout the game, if we meet any at all, as the primary antagonists in PoE2's campaign seem to be attempting to recreate the device that affected every god in existence. Topic 8. The Beast. Not all praise the monumental might championed by these all-powerful deities, and so one of their own, a god named Sin, engineered an abomination of a creature called the Beast, sometime between the prime of the Val and the wars of the Eternal Empire. Its creation ripped and spawned many magics in the world, and forced many gods into an eternal slumber, or suppressed their strength, and, many theorize, gave birth to thaumaturgy, and thusly, virtue gems. It would not be a stretch of reason to consider the beast the source of all malformation in Rayclast. It accomplished the weakening of the gods, that gave birth to what many believe to be a far greater evil. Iconic figures like Doriani, Atziri, Malachi, and High Templar Dominus all tapped into the power of the beast, known to them and others as Nightmare or Darkness. As mentioned before, the beast resides in Mount Veruso, outside Highgate. It is large enough to walk through and is likely the source of all virtue gems across the planet. Some of these icons, like Malachi, sought to tame the beast, but ended up becoming corrupted servants of it, spreading nightmare just as the beast does. Although it does not do so intentionally, it is merely a side effect of its creation and intended purpose at the hands of sin. When we venture inside the beast in Act 4 of Path of Exile 1, slay Malachi, and then slay the beast, the gods awaken, but virtue gems and thaumaturgy remain intact. Corruption stays spread throughout the world, but divine power has returned. It's very, very curious indeed. The power stored inside the beast was near unparalleled.
Google.
And there are those who seek to replicate its sheer force of will over the entire world. We might just encounter some of those individuals in Path of Exile 2 as we chase the seed of corruption. Next up, the Path of Exile 1 campaign. Next up in this video series is the quick breakdown of Path of Exile 1's campaign, act by act, with each act's recap taking about 1 minute. Following
That is intense. A little bit, guys. Break? No? Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna watch the interview. To buy the tabs, because it will bank to back. Thank you so much. And yeah, the tabs, guys, the tabs, like, you're getting the early access, you're buying the supporter pack, and you're getting the currency, and you can get the tabs from this currency, and it's all insane. And quite good. Oh, guys, by the way, wait, I wanted to do something. Look. It's my freaking application into, like, I can be the new Path of Exile class. We're ready. I already have my weapon with me. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. Guys, how much fucking shit I have over the years, you can't imagine. This is one of the 4 weapons that I have. I have 4 weapon types at home. I have a ceremonial knife. I have axe. I have mace. I don't know how to call it. I have stash tabs that make sense. Transfer to Path of Exile 2. Yeah, they will. I have Sith, axe, and bow. The knife reveal. We did get a knife reveal that it wasn't my knife. So it's difficult. I know. I know. But I kind of a little bit hope that my knife will return to me. Bleed's supposed to do something. But who knows? Who knows? Hi, can it hi. Google, Google. Beautiful people, everyone. Happy goddammit Thanksgiving. Almost. Manga, fucking almost. Manga, I will be playing The Witch. The Witch. Favorite song? She'll transform into a demon. Oh, fucking I will. Oh, I will. Next Friday, guys. The demon cosplay. From a Turkey, we're going to the demon. If only this poor little German Bavarian city would knew what the fuck is going on here. I'm telling you, Amazon already called. Amazon delivery called, and I'm like, I'm not here. I'm not here, guys. So sad. I'm not here. Because they're not ready. They are not ready. And next Friday in a full like demon outfit, I'm like, and also no. Gonna be pissed again. Man, thanks so much for following. Most importantly, I don't remember what the fuck he's delivering, but okay. Oh, no, I know. I know what was it, maybe. Maybe I know what was it. Oh my gosh, that so sucks, guys. Guys, can we vote? Okay, can we vote? We need a vote. We need... Did you get a new one? Yeah, I got a bunch of shit. I got the table. Let me check. Fuck, I think it's the new selfie stick. Fuck! Yeah, it's selfie stick. Fuck! So, guys, we have as scheduled, oh my gosh, I pronounce it ridiculously. The new, guys, I want to do the Christmas special stream, Christmas market stream. I freaking annoyed you with this already for a really long time, but we gonna goddammit do it. We're gonna do the German Christmas market stream. The question is when we're gonna do it, because tomorrow will be official opening of the Christmas market, and they're gonna have the concert 17:30. They're gonna have some concert because they're doing the official opening of the Christmas market. But maybe there are gonna be a lot of people, and maybe I won't be able to retrieve my new selfie stick. It will be packed. Maybe it will be. Demon Santa Krampus. Yes, we have it. It's Germany after all. Or we're gonna do it on Tuesday, aka maybe even on Monday. Maybe Monday or Tuesday. When should be our Christmas market stream? Answer me! Christmas market stream. When we should do it? Monday, Tuesday, tomorrow. Can we have a poll? Can we have a poll? Thank you so much. Civic, thank you. I am definitely going on a Christmas market the whole weekend. I fucking will be there every day. I think from now on I'm there every day. I will be playing Path of Exile 2, and then when the Season 7 will be released, I will be playing Diablo 4, and then when there will be the new update on new class in Path of Exile 2, I will be playing Path of Exile 2, and then there will be the new update in Diablo 4, I will be playing Diablo 4, and then, for fuck's sake, No Rest for the Wicked will be released, and I also will be playing this. Doomhammer, which game I was supposed to play? Wait a second. Which game I was supposed to play? Early access for everyone December 6th, but you need to purchase it. Silent Hill. Let me check. Fucking it is on sale. I'll think about it. That Tuesday evening. Amen. When can I play if I don't purchase? We don't know the exact day of the release. They haven't told us. People are saying at least half a year. Plus half a year. 6-8 months, exactly. Wicked released, also no dates. No dates, but I wanna. I really, really wanna. Steam Black Friday. What poll? When should we do a Christmas market stream? Tomorrow or Tuesday? Or Monday? German Christmas market. Real life German Christmas market stream, boys and girls. German Christmas market stream. Interview is about to start. Wonderful. I'm also checking. I'm also checking. A little bit. Damn it! Everyone! Because we are checking out the interview, interview of Turi with Gazi. Hopefully I'm pronouncing everything correctly. Turi has a really beautiful voice, I must say. Guys, the poll is up and running. When should we do the Christmas market stream? Tomorrow or on Tuesday? Tomorrow or on Tuesday? Vote, 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 vote! Yeah, it's gonna be beautiful. Vote! I'm gonna show you the German Christmas market. We're gonna drink Glühwein there together. We're gonna eat a sausage, and they're gonna be my strawberries in white chocolate. So I'm inviting you guys to the German Christmas market. Why not both? Daft Proxy, because I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack if I will do both. What is my selfie stick? So when there is something like, expensive and really like, something that I would prefer to be delivered directly into my hands, they're just throwing it at the door and absolutely don't care. Now I ordered the selfie stick, the new selfie stick for this stream. But it's like selfie stick is not expensive. It's just like I want it to be quite specific functions to have. But now they said like they took it away from my door, just because I didn't open. Because I couldn't open Amazon delivery. I couldn't. Look at me. I have 2 selfie sticks. I actually have, like, even if I don't have the selfie sticks, I don't care, I will do it anyway. I have 2 selfie sticks, but I ordered specifically for this event. I ordered the other one because I wanted it to have specific functions.
All right, chat. Can you see Gazi? And can you
Sexy
hear
boys!
Gazi?
Can you hear them?
Can you talk?
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not very well centered.
But you live in Germany. Eric, yes, I have Russian accent, but I live in Germany in case.
You're right. Oh, there you go. See, he has no problem calling me out. He also has no problem calling my wife fat while she's pregnant. It's pretty funny.
Bro! You can't leave with that, man. Bro, that was... Okay, first off, I was being welcoming and friendly, and I pulled a joke. And she... like, you're going to have to explain this.
Is it okay? Is it loud enough?
I will explain it. Okay, so Gazi, we'll start with this. Okay, so Gazi, lovely to have you on, dude. You're a little better centered now.
Thank you.
Gazi is, in my opinion, the most welcoming Path of Exile streamer, content creator out there. When I met him both times in LA, so welcoming to me. I was a little baby in March, had never talked to any of these people really, and he just brought me right in, said hi, it was great. And then the second time in June, I had my wife with me, also brought us in, was like, hey, let's chat. But right when he saw my wife, she's pregnant, obviously. She's like 7 months pregnant at this point. He's like, oh, I see you're fat, or just pregnant, or something along those lines. And my wife thought he was for real. My wife was like, holy, who is this asshole? Literally calling me fat right out the gate. Obviously, you were joking, Gazi. We all know.
You make it sound so much worse.
This is how it was from my perspective. Especially because my wife was instantly like, are they all like this? Are they all just gonna go in on my weight? Like right away?
It's just Swedish dark edgy humor. And I was congratulating you on the pregnancy because I just had my daughter not long ago, right? And then she shows up. I'm like, oh, welcome. Like, just say hi, introduce. And I pull one of those jokes, and I made sure that she understood it was a joke right after I said it. But I don't know.
Gazi,
when you told me that's how she interpreted it, I was like, man, that's not at all what I meant.
Dude, it's fine. She's so like myself. She's even more green than myself. Like, I'm just getting into all the Twitch emoticons and slang and the like. I don't know what any of these things mean. And I'm learning all this stuff. I started repeating something. I had no idea what it meant. And then I looked at what it actually meant. And I was like, oh my God, what have I done? See, She is completely green to all that. She doesn't know any of the terms. She doesn't get the jokes because she's not really online at all, and she doesn't like get any of the dark humor. Like, I like dark humor. Dark humor is great, especially Swedish dark humor. I thought it was very funny. I knew what you meant, but after, that's why I didn't really address it, right? But after, she was like, dude, really? So, but man, it's fine. That's the extent of the drama we need to get into. We can talk about the thing that everybody is hyped about. We're 8 days away. It's next Friday, Path of Exile 2. Ghazi, are you excited?
Absolutely. I mean, we've had a content drought since Cyberpunk 2077 released. We've gone from 4 releases a year to 3, whilst they keep telling us that they're doing 3-month leagues, which has never been the case for the past 2 years. And then they went from 3 launches, which was already rough, down to, let's just have 2 launches 2024. I'm like, what? And then we get PoE2 now. So it's like, I think we're all just very loaded and ready to nut.
Oh, 100%. Ready to nut indeed. This podcast is going to be the dirtiest yet, and I'm so in for it. Today is Thanksgiving, Ghazi, in the U.S., right? So I'm thankful for you being on the pod today, and I'm thankful that I can get all like the dirty thoughts out before I go to my family dinner, where there's a whole bunch of, older people, sheltered people, little kids. So I'm not going to make any dirty jokes. On this podcast, though, maybe I just go hard, okay?
You should see the family gatherings at my home.
Question 1, best minion build now.
All our relatives about me before they show up. After 10 years now, they're getting used to it.
All right, if we build on that analogy, Path of Exile 1 players have been so jaded about Path of Exile 2 up until the last week, up until that reveal. Now I see all of them just rearing. They're chomping at the bit to go in and play Path of Exile 2. Do you think they were a bit grumpy because they only got to nut twice this year instead of the usual 3 to 4 times?
I think that PoE2, the reveal and everything alone compensates for the lack of launches in the entire year.
Do you see, as many others apparently right now, Path of Exile 2 as just being better than PoE1 in almost every regard? Like, is there something that we might be missing? I mean, we haven't played the game yet, right? So maybe there's like the chase item system that might be missing. Like, we haven't seen any T0s. Can you think of anything else that might be lacking from PoE2 compared to PoE1 at this point? Or just PoE1, PoE2?
I think it's very, very personal and subjective, depending on who you're asking. I think there's definitely going to be quite a few people who are absolutely not going to like PoE2. And there's going to be a lot more people that are going to love PoE2. That's kind of the boat I'm in. Lacking, I don't know. I feel it's too early to say for me personally. But just like ARPG games have always been with the cycle content, we're always going to be in this position
you don't
where
need more classes for the early access.
We get to this rhythm of we're going to have 3-month leagues, hopefully, going PoE2. We're going to end up in a position where most of us are not going to play 3 months. We're going to play 1-2 months, and then we'll do something else. And hopefully that's why we're going to have PoE1 as well, releasing regular content. So when we're done with the PoE2 and getting bored of that league, we can move over to PoE1, do that league, spend 3 hours in D4, then go back to PoE2.
Yeah, once we get into that really nice rhythm, that smooth just vibe, it's going to be beautiful, right? Yeah. Especially if Grinding Gear Games can stick the landing and follow through with what they've said they're going to do with the patches between PoE2 and PoE1. Now, you've played PoE1 for a long time. You've been a long time follower of Grinding Gear Games. Do you think that that is something that is actually going to happen? Do you think that they're going to fully invest in the Path of Exile 1 again, even if Path of Exile 2, let's say, launches with 1 million on Steam, and they see, oh my god, the ceiling, it's non-existent for PoE2. Do you think at all in their minds, sorry that I'm like building on this question so much, do you think in their minds they might think like, oh my gosh, is it worth it continuing with PoE1, or do we just go all in on PoE2 if there's just such a much wider audience for it?
I think that, well, my expectation is very simple. I believe we're going to have over 1 million people watching on Twitch on the early access, and I think they're going to break player records with 400,000 to 500,000 concurrent players just for the early access, which is a buy-in, and I think they're going to...
Loslassen ist gut. Sicher bezahlt werden, noch besser. Sorglos, kostenlos verkaufen.
We're back.
They've been very transparent, and they've handled public relations very, very well towards not just streamers, but the entire gaming community. And I think that because of that goodwill and the trust they've built, and when they then tell us that we're going to keep releasing PoE1 content, we can believe them and know that we're going to get PoE1 content. I also think that's a very good business decision as well, because of the fact that you're not going to play 3 months straight of an ARPG game. You're going to play it for X amount of time, and then you're going to move on to something else to then come refreshed back into the next launch, if you will. And having PoE1 being that other game you go to is just better for the company.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on that point. And really what I've been trying to do is stall, but I think it's time to unload on you, Gazi. You are the minion master, man. Minions seem to be pretty cool in Path of Exile 2. As someone who played minions once in Heist League, I played Skellies. Oh my god. Worst decision of my life. The fastest league I quit. I didn't get the heist portal. But in PoE2, I mean, that latest teaser where they showcased a scepter and a few auras, I mean, it looked clean. I could read my screen. I liked the different mods that were on the scepter. They looked interesting compared to what we get in PoE1. First, I just want to start high-level overview. What is your view of minions in Path of Exile 2 for people who might not be binging every single Gazi video like I am?
An army, and that feels really good. One of the problems with minions and ARPGs is that they always feel like they're go up. Now you're fighting, but your minions and all your damage output is behind you. They have to move up before your damage is applied. And very few games does that very well. And PoE1 solves it with Convocation or just running range minions. And in PoE2, because of the flow of the gameplay is naturally getting you into position where you and your army is moving up simultaneously to the fight, it feels more engaging in that way. So I think the minion gameplay is going to be very fun, and I think that's going to go for things like totem playstyles as well. It's also going to have that better feeling as a result of the way the combat is. But they're also making some pretty cool changes with in PoE1. There's one main ascendancy choice, being Necromancer. So someone who has no idea that you can make like a cheerleader support. There's a cheerleader minion build, or a Warcry Chieftain summoner, or a Templar's Guardian, for example. The obvious choice for minions would be Necromancer. That's just one choice, right? And they've decided to go away from this obvious one choice pick for new players and spread these out a bit more, like the Infernalists having fire-related minions. And we'll simply see what the other nodes have and the other ascendancies when it comes to minion-related topics, to allow people to go in, hey, I want to play that fantasy, and then there's a couple of different options for them rather than only one. So I'm actually very excited for it. It's going to be fun.
Awesome. Now, at the beginning, you say that you quickly ramp up and feel like you are controlling a horde. Do you think that the ramp is too quick? I know that's a weird question, but do you think that you get too many minions too quickly in Path of Exile 2? And do you think that scaling will continue? I presume it will, because of how Spirit works, and you're just going to get more and more Spirit as you progress to endgame. Do you think at any point, I don't think that teaser showcased how many minions you can actually have. Do you think at any point it's going to get too clogged on the screen? Or you think we're going to be okay for the most part?
Come on, more minions. Give me more minions.
I think that allowing the player to have an insanely large army for the sake of clearing makes sense. And this is limited due to the inability to generate corpses on boss fights unless they have ads. Because most of the minions that are temp summons, you need a corpse for them. So you don't have that resource versus most bosses. So it'll be a little bit more controllable in that sense.
I don't need to see absolutely anything on the screen except
swarm
minions.
I'm
okay with this.
Irrelevant, which is one of the concerns we had with that approach. But it feels amazing when you're clearing, because like right off the gate, right? But if it's too much, I don't think so, because I think that the important part with class fantasy and enjoyability for someone who goes in as a new player is say, hey, I want to play this type of build. I want to play a warrior, onka bonka, unga bunga. I want to smack shit. You can do that right off the gate. that you will feel like you're actually doing those heavy hits. You want to play a summoner, you go right off the gate, a couple levels into your character. Before you hit level 10, you have an army of minions that you're controlling. So it really dives into this to allow the players to engage with the fantasy playstyle that they want directly early on. In PoE1, you don't really have that. You have to build up quite a few levels, play quite a lot before you get to that fantasy fulfilling role of your character, right?
Right. I know. I remember in Heist, it was terrible. I hated it. In PoE2, it
was
looks
that
like
Mage Skellies?
Say again?
Was that Mage Skeletons?
Yeah, it was. It was.
You did not like it?
No, it was Door League, and I was just having a tough time, dude. And you're right. There's a lot of buttons that you press in Path of Exile 1 to get your minions like kind of next to you and just make sure they're following. And you know what? My gem setup probably was utter shit. So, I wasn't following a guide or anything. Like I saw Mage Skeletons is something, and I tried to build into it. I got to level 94, but I was not doing well. It was a struggle to 94. I was doing, I think T12, T13 red maps. I wasn't even doing T16s to get XP because I couldn't clear those. So it was bad. Hopefully,
Mage Skeletons were super, super, super popular. Back then. But
I think that's why I played them. Yeah, I was like, "Oh, that looks cool."
Yeah, it was fun if done correctly, obviously.
Right.
But you played it right. So one of the things that a lot of people say is minion builds are lazy. I would arguably say that minion builds are one of the hardest things to design, but one of the easiest to play. But the reason I love them so much in the archetype is because of how active they are to play. Because most people say they're lazy. Oh, you just have one button or no buttons. But as you've played it, it's a lot more than that, and you have to think about their positioning, your positioning, convocation, cursing, resummoning, and all of those things. And that just makes the gameplay so much better. And then in the higher end game, most of those things gets automated with trigger weapons and stuff like that. In PoE2, you get that active gameplay on every class. And now people are like, oh, this is so amazing. And I'm just sitting here. That's how I played PoE1 until I get the endgame gear for the past decade.
Right. And in Path of Exile 2, minions had this extra layer of each, or many minions, having an extra button that you can press that has a special skill on it too. And I'm not sure if we know how many minions actually have that. I know the Gas Arrow is a great example. I think one of the mages has an ability. But if we're talking the majority of them having extra activations, Gazi, you're going to be very busy, Gazi. So,
well, we don't know if the Spectres are going to have them or if all of them are going to have, right? And there's 400 different monsters that can be Spectres. And when the game launches, it's going to be 800 of them. So, yeah, I'm going to be busy.
So I was going to leave that for later in the interview, but you brought it up. Spectres, okay? 400 monsters. We have literally no balance. We don't know what classes are best. We don't know what skills are best. We don't even know what half the ascendancies really do. So, of course, we can't make builds or tier lists about them. But based on what the monsters you've seen, what Spectre looks kind of interesting? I know we don't have any numbers, but if you were to design a Spectre build right now, do you have any ideas of what that might look like? Like a monster or two that you'd include in that pack?
The end of, I don't want to spoil too much. You remember end of Act 1?
Follow!
The dudes, the big dudes with a long cloak that was dragging behind them. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to say more than that. I'm very excited to test those out. But we know that they have Beyond, and Beyond was changed might have been a few years ago now, but not too long ago, I think, where they changed the Beyond monsters into Scourge monsters. Mm-hmm. And we saw that in the footage, and one of the most visually pleasing things that popped up was a demon harpist reaching throughout half the screen. So we're going to have access to those again, so that's going to be real fun as well.
I completely know what you mean about those cloaked monsters.
Yeah, they're cool.
They're strong. That's all I'll say. Okay, those are two great answers. So between those skeletons, zombies, and the bone constructs that we've seen, do you think that you'll be building a minion army of a diverse set of those, or do you think you're going to really focus in on one particular set, or is that not really determined until we see uniques that might empower minions, or other skills or ascendancy nodes that might affect certain minions?
That kind of depends what's in this box, I guess. I mean,
that's true. Yeah, everybody, he got his box finally. Are you going to do that on stream today, man?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Good luck, man. because it took me 5.5 hours and I used hints. And I had my wife, who's much smarter than I am, come and help. So it was a tough one.
I just said before this podcast, I said that it can't be that hard. I used to work as a mechanical engineer before full-time streaming, so it can't be that hard. And everyone was like, "You're gonna eat those words." So we'll see how it goes.
Dude, on the box it says 1.5 for a 14-year-old.
Yeah, I heard that. That's absolutely insane.
It's not true, or streamer IQs are just like they're down there at this point.
Yeah.
It's really rough.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah. So yeah, because we haven't seen any uniques for minions at all yet. We've only seen 23 or 25 of the 300 that we're going to see on launch. But I don't think there's been any unique specific to minion builds yet.
Not that I've seen, no. But I mean, when it comes to like minion diversity, to actually answer that question, it's like the you have Infernalist being like the only main summoner themed class, right? So I think that's going to be very oriented around Hellhound and SRS, right? And I think that with the system that they have for the Bone Construct, because that's my favorite skill that we've played with.
Okay.
It looked amazing, right? But that one requires corpses. And because it requires corpses, we're in this position where you can't use us for bosses. And Jonathan said in the interview me and Darth had, where they want to have a system where when you weapon swap to another weapon swap, you can have a different spirits reservation system for different minions, right? So you can have one setup for your clearing and one setup for your single targets. I'm actually very curious about that. But obviously, to go back to the unique items, I mean, if we find something that scales minions, I mean, I'm going to be all over it.
Do you think there's going to be like Dancing Dervish in Path of Exile 2, or?
Dancing Dervish is a very touchy topic.
I'm sorry. I'm oblivious.
No, it's like they it was a really cool ability till they completely screwed up the targeting acquisition system of it, and it's undergone so many changes and so many fixes to it. I know Viper has been a champion, honestly. Viper-esque, you know him, of course. Been basically single-handedly trying to fix this for us, and not really gotten it to a point where it's good. It's okay-ish. And then Viper is one of my favorite devs over at the office. GGG decided that he's so good that he's banned from working on PoE1, so they put him exclusively on PoE2. And ever since, we've seen nothing happening to Dancing Dervish.
Yeah, maybe in PoE2. Maybe he's been working on it in the background. I know he's doing a lot of the skill design, writing all the tooltips. Apparently, that one guy is writing all of the tooltips for Path of Exile 2 skills, which is quite the task. Okay, we also have one person to go to if we see something wrong, which is kind of nice, I suppose, because he'll be able to fix it. I wanted to touch on the unique boss not having corpses to summon. I've played PoE2 twice. A lot of bosses actually do have minions now that spawned quite often throughout the fight, which is good. But you're right that not every boss will probably act that way. But I can think literally the Bloated Mailer, the first boss, the Devourer, the Crone, like the Executioner,
too many bosses, guys.
Raven,
Way too many bosses.
Cinia, like a lot of. I wonder if they're adding that, probably not solely for minions, but it is an added bonus. They're probably doing it to maybe up the stakes, give you some flask recharges because they're much longer fights and the like. But hopefully, like that worry will kind of fade away if we end up fighting lots of different minions in these fights. Or are you more worried about them dying really fast or getting desummoned pretty quick? Because they're on a timer, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think the timer is too much to worry about in a single target fight. The ads have always fulfilled the purpose of generating flash charges. Like, oh, you managed to get this far. So instead of having a marker on the HP bar saying, well, you get this far, the boss is going to spew out some globes to fill up your HP. We don't get that in here. Instead, they give us ads to recover some flash charges. So that's been their purpose. But you're definitely going to be able to use their corpses in, I'm assuming the all fights, but most, if not. And I think that's going to be a good way to actually utilize these corpse generating or corpse requiring resource abilities. But it's going to be a finite source, right? So you can't go in with like an infinite army of like 50 monsters to fuck up a boss
something
completely.
To say?
Definitely. 2 more minion questions, man, and then we can stop talking about minions. I know you probably answer questions about them all day long. One, do you think that minions are going to get demolished by bosses? And you won't be able to really keep up damage because these bosses have huge ass moves, big AoEs, they do a lot of damage. Are we just going to be working on one skeleton and then it gets resummoned? Next big giant move, especially in endgame, wherein they're balancing it so that they have these larger moves happen more often. You know, like the Draven projectile attack that annihilates anything in melee range, essentially. I imagine all your skeleton warriors, dead, gone. Do you think that's going to be a problem and people are just going to be worse off as minion players and not have that damage uptime?
Well, so the playtest I've done, the resummon timer that they have, the resurrection mechanic, is a 4-second window. And one of the feedbacks provided was that they needed to cut that down to make it faster. Because the way the mechanic works is that whenever a minion dies, a 4-second timer starts. And if any minion dies during those 4 seconds, that timer resets. And if no minion has died over the course of 4 seconds, all your permanent minions gets resummoned again, all of them at once. So the idea was the feedback was to cut that timer down to maybe 2 or 3 seconds instead to make that a little bit better.
That's actually bad.
I think that certain minions are there to act as just meat shields, meat for the grinder, and just sit there and take the hits. And those will very likely die very quickly. But the problem would be if a boss, for example, then kills 1 or 2 minions, and then 2 seconds later kills 1 or 2 minions. It's going to be this slow trickle down until all your minions are gone, and now you have to wait 4 seconds. So we don't know what the timer will be. The feedback was to reduce the timer. But they also have other mechanics, again, going into this active combat playstyle approach to the game, where we have bone offering, where you're basically sacrificing one of your skeletons. Mostly this is going to be skeletal warriors who also lacks an active ability, which will impale it, and for some time, all your minions will take significantly less damage. So I think that the playstyle versus those type of hard-hitting endgame bosses will be that you're supposed to, or meant to, cover your minions in one way or another. Either you have minions that are strong enough to take it, or you have the skeleton army where you're supposed to sacrifice one of your skeletons to make sure the rest of your army is going to survive whatever hit is incoming.
No,
and then
some
you have the
curses
skeletal
or something
clerics,
you
which
need to
they've shown
apply
as well,
also.
which are actually healing your minions
Constantly.
actively.
I'm
not worried.
Awesome. That makes a lot of sense. They're giving us a lot of abilities to kind of
But all the minions are dying and then always spamming. That's kind of
hit after hit after hit. So you're going to have a much more active playstyle in defending your minions now. Instead of like trying to get them to go at stuff, you're defending them as opposed to PoE1. Now, do you know if anybody played Minions or The Witch in LA a few weeks ago? Like, I've only seen Mercenary, I've seen Monk stuff, I've seen people talking about the Warrior. Did anybody play The Witch, dude?
Not that I've seen. I think most people focus on the Mercenary that want to try something new.
Yeah.
And then like the previous LA test, I think most touched the Witch. We pooled our resources with a bunch of streamers, went together to say, because we had 2 different NDAs, right? One was for the footage we played, and another separate one was for the Witch. So we were like, how are we going to spend our time now and make sure everyone has content to post when it's ready, right? Because we're all content creators. So we got together and said, well, let's do this. And we basically had, I will exclusively play the Witch, and everybody just pools all the footage into a drive, and then everybody uses those footages. So most of the footage you see from those playtests is actually mixed with a bunch of different creators' playthroughs.
Really?
To help
I
each
didn't
other
know
out
that.
with that.
That's awesome. That's good. Well, hopefully once we get to play the Witch on, December 6th in 8 days, it'll be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Although, my final minion question. Any other ascendancies looking possibly minion related? Like, could you play minions on a Witch Hunter, a Gemling Legionnaire? Or are you seeing any nodes that kind of encourage you to try that? Or is it Infernalist, Blood Mage all the way? No questions asked if you want to start as a minion player.
I think the most obvious choice is the Infernalist. It's a fire-related kind of minions fantasy to dive into. That's going to be the obvious choice. The less obvious from the nodes that has been revealed. We obviously haven't seen the remaining nodes on most. Saw CDDs with the Witch. I'm going to check that later. Witch Hunter, sorry. But I think the Gemling Legionnaire is probably the one that has the most promising features of being functional as a minion.
Infernal
Hounds. But how well that will be, we don't know. We don't know how strong the quality will be. Jonathan did say that GCPs or Gem Cutters Prisms that increase gem quality is going to be like an end-game resource. So being able to get that for your minions might be a really strong source. We don't know. But most importantly, Javelin Legionnaire gets those 3 extra skills, allows you to have more variety or options
Couple of undead
in terms of utility skills, which is going to be
Hopefully
something minion players are
should
going
be
to
a nice
using
combo.
more than any other class, because your minions are doing the damage and they're already there active permanently, whereas the remaining skills you're going to be using are going to be utility. So getting 3 extra skills could be a favorable approach. But then again, that's also 3 extra keybinds, so we'll see how it goes.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like I might try for the memes just minions on some class just to see how they kind of operate with minimal investment, because we have 9 slots. I know Grinding Gear Games has balanced the entire game around you using a lot of those, whether it's for active skills or buffs, but I mean, it would just be so cool to be a witch hunter and you're summoning like specters of witches or literal zombies or skeletons. I just got to try it out. It probably won't be strong. I probably will fall flat starting immediately in Cruel, but it'll be a fun time. Speaking of Cruel, second campaign playthrough. Yay? Nay? You like what they did? They were saved by Blizzard. I'm sure you saw that in the Legendary Drops interview. You know, they saw, oh my god, Blizzard is getting dunked on. We don't want to get dunked on. Let's not make their mistake. Let's pivot right now. Build out the end game. We'll finish the rest later. We can do Cruel for 6 months a year. That's totally fine.
I think that they are...
I don't believe it.
More often than not, knows their player base. And the player base don't really care about the campaign that much. New player acquisition, I understand that focus, and I think they're doing a really good job on that. But endgame is so crucial. It's so crucial. I believe, as Chris Wilson has said, that once a player tries their game out and they get to maps, they own their soul. Or something like that. I believe, as Chris has said that. Right? Yep. Yeah. But if they don't get there, they don't get to see the vastness of the options and variety and endgame type of events or stuff that they can do, and the player agency involved in that as well. It's just so insane. I mean, they're releasing more content in the early access than most AAA companies have released in many, many years. And then they have the audacity to say, yeah, we're just going to casually double that. So, yeah, I think that to answer your question, the decision to get Cruel difficulty, I think, is a good choice, because I'd rather see that than them making a half-assed version of the end game starting from level 45 or whatever it is. And instead of doing that, they're saying, well, just play the campaign again. Maybe you missed something or whatever, but it's going to put you at the level, estimated level that you're going to want to be on for the end game that we have. So they don't have to make any compromising decisions in terms of difficulty scaling for the end game as a result of that. So I don't mind it, but I'm just happy the end game is going to be the focus, even for early access.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. And by that point, the 3X, they're pretty beefy anyway. So if someone makes it there, they find out, okay, got to run through them again to get to this end game. I wonder if there's going to be like a hint that after the 3 playthrough, there's like something else. Or if a brand new player who imagine isn't plugged into any of this, they get to the end of Act 3, and then it's like, all right, portal to the riverbank again. And they're like, what do you mean a portal to the riverbank? I wonder if it would be worthwhile for them to put something in there that kind of says, okay, well, now you're going to play one more time, and then you open up the entire game. Because when I first played Path of Exile 1 in Blight League was when I started. I was a witch. I don't even think I ascended. I remember I reached the end game right after ExileCon. And the moment I opened the Atlas and saw that, I was a little floored. I was like, oh my gosh, there's all this extra stuff here, and this is just the beginning. Like, I'm starting on this little circle, and then it branches out. I can't imagine what somebody is going to think if they are, like I said, dumb to the news, and they open up the Atlas at the end of the game, and it just opens up the world map of Rayclast. A 3D map that you go, you explore, have fun. I mean, what do you think about that shift from the really flat, finite Atlas to this?
I think that most people playing early access won't have any problems with this whole thing with going into Cruel difficulty. I don't think that's going to be a problem, because I genuinely believe that the vast majority of the players actually playing early access are informed of this. Because it's early access, you have to buy in. I think that most people at least, would have that information and understand why that is and that is happening. But fast forward and going to the point where a new player comes in, they play through the 6 acts and open up the Atlas. I don't think it's going to be like that kind of
That's a good attitude.
wow effect for how it looks, which I think it is for us PoE1 players, because we go from the flat, 2D approach of the Atlas to this magnificent display of it. To me, that just feels like, and I don't want to undermine it, because I think it is amazing, but I do believe that it's more like this is the next natural evolution of the RPG genre. And it feels really good to see that it's a higher quality, it's perceived better, it's more interesting, it's more visually pleasing. It's just better on all fronts, and in that sense. But we don't know if it's mechanically better. We'll have to play test that. But from what we've seen, it is visually pleasing, and I think that's going to be amazing. Whereas a new player who's never touched PoE1 goes in, they haven't seen the bare bone structure to now it's fleshed out transition. So I think for them it's like, oh, this is good, this looks great. That's going to be their opinion, is my take on it. Whereas it's more of a wow effect for us that play PoE1.
Do you like the new way they're doing maps, wherein you don't get to choose the tile set really that you're entering? You're opening a waystone. You're on a path. You're trying to get to certain maps, perhaps if you prefer, the desert maps or the jungle maps. But you're no longer saying, I'm going to sit in Crimson Temple for the next 2 months and go nowhere else. I'm personally a fan, but I know a lot of people really like the familiarity that comes with just being able to do the same layout in an ARPG, right? This is a massive shift compared to that, right?
So, I played Path of Exile for 10.5 years and streamed it for just as much. And in the start, early on, this whole pressing meta power creeping of doing the most optimal, do the same map over and over and over again, that already shifted when they allowed us to scry div carts away from one and the same map to allow us to have some options. And I think that was really good in PoE1.
Yeah.
But it also has a lot to do with currency acquisition. If you're playing trade softcore, for example, or trade in general, I've decided very early on to do that through crafting and stuff like that. So I didn't have to worry about the wealth I got from drops, which allowed me to have more fun with the game, because then I didn't have to stay in one map. I could play whatever map I felt like doing at the time, and whether or not I made profit from it, I couldn't care less. And that made the game so much more fun for me. So the PoE2 structure is basically just forcing, or a pseudo forcing is into the way I like playing Path of Exile already. So I'm just very happy about it.
That's awesome. And Gazi, I know when we first hopped on a pod to cast together, it was with DM, and you explained to me that you have like a trade empire, right? People that feed you currency and item, and you work on the crafts with them and Are you gonna do that for Path of Exile 2, or do you think that is that gonna be possible? Like, what are your plans there? I don't know. I think that was live. I think that was public. Yeah, it was public. So I feel okay talking about it.
The trade empire. Last 3 leagues, it's been me and one other guy. Trade empire.
Oh no! I think this was like, what was it, 3 or 4 leagues ago? I know. Okay. It's double the players I usually do trade with, but still, okay, it's not an empire.
But it's a lot about economy 101 kind of thing. Like, when you want to craft mirror tier items, you need to have an obnoxious amount of currency, and the sooner you can accumulate that, the better. So having a small team to work on those things helps. But most importantly, it's me and my friend Anter that I'm doing this with. We actually had other people helping us from the guild and my moderators, and the help I received was we used them as traders. So basically, when we had to sleep, we couldn't match it. So not one of us was awake. So both had to go sleep. Someone else took the items for sale, and they took a 10% cut of whatever they sold for, and that, like, it's just small things like that. But Empire. Yeah. I mean, that's one way of putting it. But like, it's a very, very specific way to play the game, and only a fraction of the 1% players are actually playing that way. And it has a purpose, and it's a lot of work. You play basically 24/7, and you only sleep 4 or 5 hours. Like, I'm live in PoE launches. I'm live in the launches, and then I spend between 5 to 10 hours after I'm done with the stream, whether or not that stream lasted 20 or 30 hours. I'm awake for the next 5 to 10 hours crafting, shipping that off to one of my guys. Then I sleep 5 hours and go live for another 20-hour session. So it's a lot of work, and most people wouldn't consider that to be worth it. But it's been a personal goal to do those mirror items in the start of leagues for me, at least. But PoE2, not in early access. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. You're just going to be playing the game.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to do mirrors in PoE2?
I think that they are 100% going to have mirrors in PoE2. It'd be weird to me if they didn't include something as iconic as a mirror. And I know, but then again, the direction of the game is different, right? For PoE1, very different.
Why I ask?
And the idea with PoE1 was that you were supposed to be able to craft a rare item that was supposed to be better than anything that exists in game. Unique and whatnot, can just go sit on a bench and wait, because that rare item that someone crafted for 10,000 divines is just so much better than everything else, right? And I think they're gonna want to do that again for PoE2 to allow players for the end game chase of these giga items and whatnot, and then a mirror would serve a very good purpose on fulfilling that. But again, like it's so far away from the new player wave or tsunami that's about to hit the game. It's very, very limited amount of players that will even get enough currency or be lucky enough to drop one of those to utilize it. It's such a small corner of the game itself.
I love the aspirationality of it, though. I've never really killed every Uber boss. I've never had a mirror before. But given today's age where we consume all this content about the game, right? And we watch clips of you crafting mirror tier items or Ben downing all 7 Ubers, right? I mean, that type of content does have a lot of value in a game like Path of Exile, where the best among us can push their characters or just push themselves to do stuff like that. So I agree with you. I hope it's in the game. I hope it's one of those things where we're like, I'm not going to talk about it until the game releases, and there's a Reddit post showcasing the first mirror drop, or maybe there's like an in-league announcement of X person has dropped a mirror of Kalandra. I mean, something like that would be so cool. That's always one of my favorite parts of League launch, seeing like people progress through. Tai Killer, Ben, like Elk, all them just going way ahead of us, right? I hope they have that in PoE too. I wonder if they will have it.
We'll see.
Like a community
that's funny.
thing.
I've played for 10.5 years and I've never dropped a mirror.
You haven't?
Not a single one.
Dude, that's
I've
insane.
had plenty in my stash, but I never dropped one.
Yeah, see, I've seen them in the stash. I've seen you, but not dropping one 10.5 years. And then you have people who come in and play for a month and they drop a mirror, right? But that's the glory of Path of Exile. I think Jonathan said that in his Legendary Drops interview. He's like, the feeling that that next monster, no matter if it's a little crab on the beach or the biggest boss in the game, could drop the item you always wanted, is one of the thrills of Path of Exile. And the fact that it might never drop, but when it does, oh my god, you just have one of those moments that you store permanently in your head, right? It's a really cool part of the game.
For sure. I reached out to Chris Wilson about it after 10 years of playing. I wrote to him and said, dude, my account's bugged. I played for 10 years and I play a lot of hours, and I never dropped a mirror. And he just told me that there's like, I don't remember the exact numerical value, but he said there's an insane amount of hours per mirror dropped or something.
Really?
So it wasn't uncommon. That was his response. And I was like, come on, man. It's 10 years.
Your account's not bugged, man, but this is how many hours is in the realistic mirror drop. Wonder those values. Let's talk about data mining for a second, if you don't mind. You okay with talking about it?
Yeah, of course.
I'm carefully listening.
So that sort of stuff isn't data mineable. Drop rates for items and the like. I think that's always been obscured. I'm sure they do, the magic to make sure you can't find it. Whereas other things,
those on the fly as well.
Say again? Oh, they do?
They balance drop rates on the fly between leagues.
I didn't know that, actually, Ghazi.
Oh. Did I say something I shouldn't have said?
The day I learned. Well, hey, it's okay. I won't put it in one of those crazy new insane news videos. It's fine. I won't with this clip. It's not going to happen. Okay, that's very cool, though. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, data mining. Are you against or for data mining in a game? I hope it doesn't happen before the launch. And if it does, I'm just not even going to cover it. I know a lot of people probably will need to, right? Because if you suddenly have the other 6 ascendancy nodes for the biggest, best class in the game that, you want to make a minion build for, I mean, that's basically suicide, right? I just got this video demonetized on YouTube. Damn it. It's basically you taking out your channel, yeah? Which is terrible if that actually happens, but it seems like a lot of people are like waiting for that data mined info to possibly come out. What's your take on it?
Well, I have two different takes, and they are both on the opposite side of the spectrums.
Okay.
Spectrum. So me as a player, I don't want it. I think most of us are in that boat. We want to go in. Everyone's blind. Streamers, content creators, guide writers, and players alike. Going to go in and explore, and that's going to be the marvel of it, the joy. Oh, look at this unique. Oh shit, you can do this. Oh, look at this fight, and that's like the enjoyment out of it. It's so incredible. And that's how we used to do in the past.
Yeah.
And then you have the content creation part of it, which I don't think is a problem right now because we have so much to make content with. Me and my editors like trying to talk about like we can only post 3 videos a day on YouTube, and I'm like, I have too many videos. I don't even know which one I'm going to record. Imagine if we had data mining as well. I wouldn't even know what to do with it.
Very true.
But not everyone is in that boat, I guess. But you have the aspect of guide writing. Like I write guides for Last Epoch, D4, Necromancer.
Icy Veins, right?
I'm writing it's Spiritborn, and I have PoE Vault, which is also by Icy Veins for PoE, and we're going to have Icy Veins. You can have PoE2. It's a lot, right? And all of those things, the guide writers, they need to make their tools and everything to make those high quality for the audience, and that requires data mining. And being able to have those prepped up, there's a lot of traffic and all those, the SEO, all of these things matter for that part of the industry, and data mining is marvelous for those. But we had data mining and everything pre-prepped, and basically the entire game was solved for, say, Diablo 4's expansion that was released rather recently. And I think I would have gotten 3 to 4 weeks of enjoyment playing Diablo 4's expansion if they didn't have data mining. I really think I would have done that because it was really fun to enjoy and explore those things. But we did that before the game launched, and then we posted everything was ready, and then the game launched, and I got like 2 weeks of enjoyment, and then it was boring again. And that's kind of the theme of that. So the problem with data mining is that it ruins the enjoyment of games for many players. But it also allows players to have this mindset that they're going in, they know that they have like a structured guide or whatever they're following, so they can somehow think that basically what it does, it gives them a template to follow.
But the question with PoE2 is that you need the guide
the bane
to
of content
enjoy
creation
it.
over the past decade plus, where games are sold, guides are out there, you're not really playing the game yourself, you're just following a structured guide or template tells you what to do. And some people like that because their enjoyment comes from other aspects of playing that way, and that's fine. But I think that most of us has been around and play the games for a long time. Not the younger audience maybe, but most of us have played the games. We want to go back to how it was back in the day, where you were there on the beach, you couldn't move till the timer hit 0. Now it's time to start playing the game, and we know nothing. It's just explore and be surprised and shocked about certain things we encounter. And that enjoyment, you don't find that in many games. I'm very happy that they're not allowing us to data mine.
Yeah, I'm really hoping nothing comes out from the Xbox client that's already downloadable. And when we preload, hope it's in the dark. I hope they do a good job hiding a lot of that info. Like they have been doing that with unique items, I think, for a little bit of time in new patches where the uniques aren't actually data mined. They're found and posted onto the internet, and that's how you find them. I really hope that golden age sticks around at least for like a week or so. Obviously, day one, we're all going to log in. We're going to get to that first trial. And people are going to click on the ascend, and they're going to find all the nodes. That's cool, though.
Especially
that's
just
cool
like
because
in
everyone
the game,
won't
like
be.
Path of Exile 2.
Most people won't be on the internet reading about, oh my gosh, here's all the ascendancies. They're going to be in the game playing, or they're going to be in the queues, upset.
Oh, the queues.
So, yeah, right. So here's the thing: if the servers go down, after people get the ascendancies, and like, all right, okay, maybe look at the ascendancy nodes. But if everything goes smooth with grinding your games, just play the game, find it out for yourself, explore it. I mean, one of the biggest mysteries, Gazi, one of the most exciting things for me, and I'm asking this to every single person I talk to, that damn pinnacle boss that Mark says is the hardest content he's ever made in Path of Exile. What do you think it might be? Like, is it an old foe? Is it a new foe?
I think they're going to have a new one to make it more refreshing, for sure. But, give it like 3 hours and Taita Killer and Ben is going to be head-to-head fighting it. And, unlike us mortals, we weren't bred in a test tube like Ben. So it's like, it's going to be fun to see when they get there and kill it before, anyone else has hit level 50. But we'll see. But I'm very excited for it. It's going to be fun.
On that, do you think that it's going to be as easy? because we have one portal, and you have to go from 100 to 0, and a lot of stuff unlocks throughout the fight, right? So with someone, and you have to do it in that chance. I think if you portal out, maybe you can portal out in the fight or log out during the fight. I don't even know. Like, I think it's going to be a lot harder for Ben this time, or Tai Tai, or whoever gets there, Jung, Elk, all those really fast people, because you get the one shot and then you're out, I think other people might actually get an opportunity on it. Unless, they are kind of a step above. Like, I don't know. I'm coping here. I'm like, oh, somebody else, a rising star, some random player who's never been heard of before, suddenly it's going to see,
one attempt would be too much.
Random star has killed Zana or something like that. And everyone's going to be like,
not.
Oh my God, what is going on? That'd be pretty cool.
I think that
make it super difficult, but unlimited.
One of the
attempts.
concerns I think myself and many others have is the portal, that you only have one shot, especially when we haven't encountered it. Yeah, so the one life thing. I think a lot of people are concerned about that, because not about it being too difficult or anything, but rather the difficulty of the boss being easier because you have one portal. Because I think that an aspirational endgame content like that should be very hard. And if you only have one shot at it, they might make it easier because of
either
that.
the free lieutenants or
so I think
boss.
a lot of people are concerned.
It's not like the fortress disappearing. I thought it's like you have to restart it.
About them being too
and
easy.
do like 3
as a
ways
result of
again.
only having one chance at it. So I just hope that they're going to make the fight so ridiculously hard that you really are going to have people find it to be like, oh, I'm going to fight it. And then you immediately just not do it. And then there's going to be this build up with a hype around. It's like, oh, this is actually really hard. People need to prepare
we can check it again, guys,
all those things.
to remember.
I like that aspect of it, but I'm sure there are other sides of this argument from other people as well. But the concern I have is that it might be going to be a little easier than we hope it's going to be because of the portal situation. But we'll see.
My dream that I had about it last night. Yeah, I'm dreaming about Path of Exile now, you guys. They say that there's a maze around this boss arena. So now I'm thinking going in there with one portal against the boss and not knowing anything about it will be pretty tough. I'm wondering if they're going more so a raid type approach, where in this labyrinth leading up to the boss, you're going to get exposed to the different mechanics, maybe kind of introduced to what you're going to find, so that by the time you fight the boss, it's those mechanics maybe ramped up to 11, some new stuff sprinkled in there, because you're right. Maybe they feel like they need to design it to be easy because of the one portal, but it can't be, man. It has to be hard. Mark said it's the hardest stuff he's ever made. All right, and I don't think he's lying. I do believe Mark at this point. I really do. So he has followed through on a lot of stuff. Never Synced yesterday said he thinks that Mark is like one of the architects of this new end game. Like, he was just like, all right, I'm going above. I'm just molding it all myself. Here we go. It's going to be amazing. And given all the things that he's done in like Path of Exile 1, the boss fights that we've seen, I think he might be right.
I mean, he was part of the Gauntlet stuff as well. So I mean,
the double Maven lasers. Hard. That's what we're gonna fight, dude. We're gonna walk in. It's gonna be like a triple Maven laser arena up the entire time. Mega memory game, right? Just everything stuffed into there. Oh man.
It's going to be fun, though. But something that GDD has always done well with PoE1, for example, is the whole idea of introducing mechanics before a boss fight that uses them. One prominent thing is, like, I forgot the name of the area where there's Yugul. In the area leading up to Yugul, you have these blobs, right? The water bubbles that follows you, deals that damage. They're frustrating to deal with. And you deal with them before you get to the boss.
You're not allowed to show
in the boss fight, you're now going to have that being one of the core mechanics of the boss fight. So having these maces and these, I believe there's like 3 mini bosses before the big one or something like that, right? In the big one. So I'm very confident that they're going to slowly introduce these mechanics.
Yeah, that's right. Like, it's
so
cool. It's really
enjoyable.
enjoyable.
And then you
when
can
you
have,
are
assumingly, I'm expecting them to have all of these mechanics to one fight.
But boss is super difficult.
But
like,
you've already been
saying
exposed to it,
mechanics
so you know how to handle each mechanic separately. Now you're just going to have to deal with it all at once.
My joke is that we're going to walk into that boss arena and it's going to be a die beam from Cirrus just instantly welcoming us, or something crazy like that. It would be quite welcome. A lot of people are theorizing it might be a Zaro that's somehow in there. And how beautiful would that be, Gazi, if you walk into this labyrinth and you hear like the Lord's labyrinth greets you, like, just because he's He's one
People
person
just don't understand
that I'm
fun.
kind of upset will no longer be in Path of Exile 2 just because of like the voice acting and the lines. Everything does seem top tier, but missing him, I mean, it's gonna be unfortunate.
Well, I mean, PoE2 takes place 20 years after PoE1, and God knows how many times I've killed this guy, but Isaro is dead.
He is dead.
He's very dead.
Very dead.
So I don't think it's gonna be Isaro.
We think he's dead. They could do a piety.
Okay,
no. Everybody hates it with the piety, right? But if they do it with Azaro, I think people would be fine with it. Okay. It's piety, it's piety, it's piety, it's piety, and then it's Azaro, and everybody's like, oh, please, yes, sweetie, yes, I want Azaro. We're good with it.
I'd rather see the pinnacle boss be a return of Zana after she ran away.
Oh, Zana. Neversink thinks it's Kalandra.
Kalandra?
Yep.
I can't. I get flashbacks of 319.
The pillars are like the 319 lake pillars that are around the arena. They're like hexagonal things. Could be her. Because we were missing that boss fight. It's probably because it wasn't finished for Kalandra, and they said, we can make this the hardest boss fight ever in Path of Exile 2. Let's just save it for that game,
That's a fair assessment. It's all right. I'm pretty hard no on because we kill him, right?
Okay.
Well, I really hope they're not going to do a piety, though. Like, most of us don't really care that much about the campaign or the lore, and I know Jonathan wants people to care more about it in PoE2, which I think is naturally going to be the case. But I played PoE for so long, and I still don't know why we're killing piety 700 times. I still don't know. I mean, finally, when Malachi fails her,
if you're going to make the more engaging campaign.
Done.
Yeah.
And not just go kill the monsters, go kill the monsters, go kill the monsters.
Prep for Path of Exile 2 because you are going to listen to all the dialogue, right? On your first playthrough.
Yeah.
Okay, they're watching, guys. They're watching. Just nod.
They're watching. Yeah, of course. Definitely going to watch all of it and deep dive it, every word. I'm going to find all the grammar mistakes and everything as well.
That's what we want to hear, man.
I mean, Kit Kat Noodle is famous, very known for her lore series. So actually might be worth get a grasp of PoE1 lore moving in.
Yeah. Look up summary of all of it too in the videos. They're concise, so I'd give them a watch. If you have some time to burn on stream, doing your crazy 8-hour streams every day leading up. Are you doing a subathon too for Path of Exile 2 launch?
Exactly.
You are?
Yes.
Is your sister coming out again?
But even the blasters, by the way, on the second
the TLDR is they said June, they delayed it to November, and I was like, okay, it's happening in November.
Not in
Let's
Diablo
get my
4.
boys in. I had a friend of mine take
unpaid 2, but in Diablo 4 they do.
Leave from his work. I was like, I'll compensate you. Let's get here.
Free. So far, so good. Cajun, hi. Happy Food Coma Day. You don't have to celebrate Thanksgiving, guys, but you're celebrating today the Food Coma Day.
I flew my sister down. She took unpaid leave from her work, and I was like, yeah, let's do this. And then they're like, yeah, we're going to delay it till December. And I'm like standing there, bro, I got to pay these people. But they managed to get their work hours back. And my friend couldn't do it on December. But my little sister is going to be flying down and helping me with the subathon. So when I do have to sleep, she will be playing instead. And there's some really, really, really stupid shit going on the sub goals. We're going to have key giveaways and PC hardware for some sponsors. And
that doesn't sound stupid.
Hot tub stream in a maid outfit.
That sounds
inflatable
stupid.
Banana. Yeah, it does. Having my sister cut my hair. I haven't had a haircut in forever. My hair is so long right now.
Oh my!
I did not do the campaign before the season. I did the campaign before the expansion release.
Session is also cool. in the list. It's there's a lot.
Oh man, that better be a high sub goal, dude. Is it? Please tell me it is.
I haven't listed the numbers yet.
Okay.
Still deciding.
The
I did a wax a few months ago, and I got a hairy guy. I got hair.
I mean, I'm decent too.
You and I are about the same. Yeah, the same.
Yeah, there you go.
Your legs are the same, right?
My legs are the same. Legs very hairy, hairier.
Don't ever wax them. Don't wax them.
I haven't waxed them.
Good.
No, I only clean certain areas of my body. Okay.
Yes, I'm in the same boat normally.
Yeah. Like
I had
hair is
fine. Right, so yeah. So we waxed the leg, half my chin, right, on the leg, and then that hurt like a motherfucker. And this was months ago. It still hasn't grown out properly. You can see the shades still to this day. This was months ago. So
Thank you for
don't
this
do it.
information.
It's not worth it.
It's not going to happen. But you know what is going to happen, Ghazi? Path of Exile 2 is going to launch in 8 days' time. All right, man. It has been wonderful chatting with you here today. Is there anything you want to say to people watching the VOD, people in the chat right now about PoE2? Any reason they should log in, buy a supporter pack right now?
I mean, they're releasing more content in an early access than any AAA game company.
And you guys go follow the beautiful people who are talking about, I don't know, Vanilla Bear. Here we go. Here we freaking go. We Turkey, absolutely. Guys, happy Thanksgiving for the people who are celebrating. Happy Food Coma Day, who are people who are just alive today. That's good enough. Guys, just a cool day. Have fun. Eat something really, really tasty that you really, really want. Maybe pizza. But, you know, like to be in spirit. Pizza with turkey. How about this? How about this? We don't have Thanksgiving in Germany. But I do like just the idea of it. Holy creepy Rodi! Vanilla Bear, fucking thank you so much! Thank you. So here we are. It is also the Viewer Appreciation Day, our giveaway. We're gonna be finishing today. Oxy, for fuck's sake! Hype! A fucking Thanksgiving hype! Thank you so much! Turkeys! Guys. We have the Turkeys emote. We have absolutely the Turkeys emote. You got them and use them today. Yeah, we're finishing our giveaway today. Thank you! Shit! Here we are. Guys, how the Pinnacle Boss gonna be working, I remember, so I wouldn't forget. What are we checking out right now? We're checking out how the Pinnacle Boss gonna be working. Me gonna open it. We're checking Happy Turkey Day. Happy Food Coma Day, everyone. Everyone who is not celebrating Thanksgiving, celebrate then Food Coma Day. It's official Food Coma Day. Danke, freut mich, dich zu sehen. Ja, wie gesagt, in Deutschland, wir feiern kein Thanksgiving, weil, was für Scheiße. Aber wir können Essen, Tag feiern. Announcement last week, obviously, I watched it. And oh, where is this ridiculous video? I want to see like the Atlas guys. Magic! Phew. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you, but big and shiny shout out to the tree. To like talkative tree. I'm like massacring it, highly possible. I'm opening it, guys.
Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommended, he can tell you all about it.
Guys, when hype train. Try. Yeah, correct. Off so loud. Yeah, beta. Wait, guys, is it better now?
I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct in-game content to choose between. Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content.
Thank you so
We're
much.
going to be adding a lot more over time,
Better?
but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Should I turn off the music,
This
guys, or
is
should I
the
keep the
Atlas,
music?
And it serves as the core of the endgame for
Thanksgiving
Path of Exile
hype
2.
train.
It's infinite and expands in
Viewer
all
Appreciation
directions.
Day.
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the
Turkey
beast
Day.
has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations,
Music
and
on
begin
or off?
cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending
each
on
one is
which
ending with a
combinations
boss.
you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will
What
need
will
to
happen if you
defeat all
fail
the
one?
powerful, rare, and unique enemies in it.
You have to
Once
go
you
the
have
other
done
direction,
that,
yeah?
The area will be marked as completed, and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random
Guys, but you have 6 portals. So if you die 6 times on softcore, so if you failed it, then you fucked. Thank you so much. Happy Turkey Day, guys. Happy Turkey Day. I really, really like the idea of Thanksgiving. I would, goddamn it, steal it. So if you're celebrating the Thanksgiving, eat a turkey in my honor. Only one, Professor, then explain this to me, please. Why do we have 6 portals on the map on Atlas? 6 portals, 6 players, so 6 times getting loot. 1 death, fail the map. Shit! I don't like it already. I will do extra for you. Thank you so much. Used to be 6 attempts. Yeah, no. Now it's like 1 attempt.
As you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off
Yeah, they just said it. You failed the map, you need to path the way around. This is last debug.
You will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait
Not
to
the
attack
infinite
you
paths,
the moment
but
you open it.
should also.
And the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous
But better not fail
debuffs.
too much.
There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they
Loki, thank you so much. Thank you. And
normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this
6
one on
attempts
some
after
boots
complaints.
to ensure
Oh,
a
fuck,
movement
they
speed
will.
mod.
Low. You have the
Rarely,
Turkey mode,
essences
guys.
will
All
also
subscribers
drop
have
that
the
allow you to
Turkey
upgrade
modes.
magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Yeah, I'm losing it a bit.
Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout.
6 portals. Oh, I don't know, this is kind of dumb, especially if you're playing solo.
NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
That reminds, this is just a painful reminder.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss.
Biggest boss.
Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities.
Don't tell me anything tomorrow.
You can see where the bosses are. You can choose
But
to
I
take
hope I
them
will.
on or avoid them. If
And
you
cry in
do
the
choose to
corner.
hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE2, we have created sequels to several PoE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches.
Again, with the tablets you're losing me.
Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with over...
I'm good enough. First I will just do the maps. First let me just start like this. And if I will accidentally feel myself, oh my gosh, too powerful,
overlapping areas of
then it's a maybe.
This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs.
Yeah, too much. Meow, Meow, are you playing? Which character you're starting?
50%. In this case, you could create a
Who's
ring
gonna
with
be?
around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
Dirty
In
moneros.
this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
On Steam. Do you have Steam available?
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesh.
Officially or not? For the sake of lols, can you check how much is it for you? Guys, you all get the hands. You all get the hands transmog, by the way. Who watched the announcement, you get the hands transmog. Sexy fucking dude.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesh.
How much is Path of Exile for you? Path of Exile 2 for you, starter pack.
Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give
But you
more
have them,
rewards.
it's important.
The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesh at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesh can only be found by increasing the difficulty of
Original
the
price,
domain
saying something like
above
that, pretty
certain
cool. Yeah, I know, how much?
Defeating Zesh at
It's
difficulty
10
4
bucks to
will
the
be a
currency.
challenge
What the
indeed, but there are many more threats in Ray class.
Is it still like this? Because I think they
Ritual
changed
altars
it a
are
bit.
sacrificial sites built by the mysterious king in the mists. If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute.
I got day one. Yeah, because they changed it.
After the sacrifice,
After day
touch
one.
it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be
Can you, like, if you can somehow check how much is it right now for you in your region? Like, if you would decide to gift it, how much is it gonna be?
Tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters
Original
revived by
pricing
the
for
previous
Path of Exile
ones,
2.
in addition to the
Day
ones you
one, it was like in a different countries, it was like really different price.
Fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant
Support
amount
about
of
3643 for me.
One
No,
of
still
the
cool.
rewards you can
Then
buy with
still super
tribute are
cool now.
omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes
Damn
but
it,
bad
regional
suffixes?
pricing.
This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are
No,
a
no,
bunch
no, no,
more
no.
of these with different effects,
It all
but we will
became
leave them for
available
you to
after
discover.
the
Now,
review.
don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists.
Yep.
Feared by the Asmeri people,
Yeah,
he
guys,
is
but
said
for the
to have
different
brought
countries, the price
eternal
is
darkness
different.
to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter.
15 now.
Just like
Still great.
Greece,
Yeah, it's
there
still
are
okay,
a range
yeah.
of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange
Is different everywhere? Yeah, that's called regional pricing.
By combining these emotions, you are able to instill
No, because
your
people are
amulets with a
also
notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining
the
an extra
average
passive
like
point for
salaries
free
and everything is
attached to your
different
gear.
in the different
They are
countries.
also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame
That's what
maps,
Steam is doing.
applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult.
No, I think
You
it's
will receive
Steam.
loot
Steam
at
is
the
doing
end
it
of each wave,
automatically.
and you will have to make
Guys,
the
I don't know, but
decision
on
to
official
leave now
Path of
or
Exile
continue on,
website, I don't
facing
think that
up
you're gonna
against
have
even
regional
tougher foes
pricing.
from the mist.
But on Steam,
The
yeah.
bosses you will face as you get deeper
Reezy,
into the
hoi hoi, nice
simulacrum
to
are
see you.
truly terrifying.
Happy Turkey Day.
If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter the...
Yeah, this one. Let's go
Still
Pinnacle
just
Boss.
One more thing.
I thought it's
the
shot.
most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground.
For me as well.
surrounded
In
by
Germany
an
as well.
enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going...
And you'll need to find them again. That doesn't mean that you will have to find the whole tower again.
to spoil it, as we can't
Citadel.
wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE.
So basically, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is the final Citadel, is it going to be available? Are you be able to replay it? Because I think you will be able to replay it. Just start from all over again. The regional price in Twitch also did it. Let's pretend... Guys, I have one question, like one ultimate question after watching all of this and blah, blah, blah. We're focused on endgame. And yeah, this is all. And we have like really, really cool endgame. By the way, the same shit as original Path of Exile. My question is, why can't we take the story from Diablo 4 and the endgame from Path of Exile 1 and 2, doesn't matter, and put them fucking together and finally have the best game ever. Why can't we do both? Finally! Because not allow it! A little bit of the witch gameplay. And a little bit of Last Epoch. And a little bit of Last Epoch. Forge from Last Epoch. Let's take Forge fucking from Last Epoch. We have it. It's called Diablo 3. No, come on. Careful, my dear. No. Into the sky. Thank you. I do appreciate yoga, damn it's Thanksgiving. I appreciate when it's good. And it is good. Thanksgiving has a really, really nice touch. A little bit, guys. A little bit of the witch gameplay. I know the weird angle, but it's still the witch gameplay. You see, you can even see it better now. PoE2 for Diablo 4 will be happy. I want those stupid companies one day to post the actual amount of players. Because that would be super, super easy. Was it recorded with the camera? Because it was recorded during the Gamescom, and the PC on which I'm playing had no, like, they had the PCs, the specific PCs that they were there only for the people to try the game. They had no ports to record something. They had no software to record anything. And so, but I anyway really wanted to record the gameplay. That's why I recorded it like this. Chicken Alfredo better than turkey. Ironic. Next. Guys, so I'm gonna tell you guys the story from the Gamescom. I was invited there like an official playtest for the streamers, and I went there, like I also tried the game. But then I also sneaked into the booth, into the Path of Exile 2 booth, and I am like, I looked at the devs and I'm like, can I please play? Can I please play? And they're like, no, okay. And they let me play behind, like, they had some like small room, small closed room, and they let me play there for like 3 hours or so. That was really cute. I'm not sure that Advantages of Being Pretty. I think the one who was pretty was actually Chronix, because he was also he did it. We sneaked together, and he was like, yeah, that's her, let her play. And Chronix did the magic. Yeah, and D4 story is godly, and the whole Diablo world story is amazing. So I sneaked in. This is like the sneaky playtest. Let's see. Let's hope. What did you enjoy the most? During my playtest, I the most enjoyed the Mercenary. The Witch was okay. This is the Witch. It was okay, but it was like, guys, come on, I played Necromancer so many times. Yeah, you have the skeletons, you have the You have here the scorpions or something summons. I was saying, and I'm like still saying, like it is the most witch and mercenary, the most beginner friendly classes, especially because you have the fucking minions with the witch, and it's way easier to tank things. And with the mercenary, why it's like easier to pick up, it's super comfortable to play it with the WSD, and it is super like you have 2 active buttons and other buttons you use for bullets. So it's also it's just easier to press to start. I'm thinking of starting with the most. You're gonna have a great time, for real. It's just really satisfying gameplay. That's the shit that I can say. With the minions, I am now thinking about I thought before the reveal, guys, before the reveal video, specifically before they showed the lady, the demon lady. Before that, actually, I thought that I will be going the mercenary in the very beginning. Now I will be going the witch with the demon lady because it's too much for me. It's amazing. Beautiful people. Anyone knows the specific research? Are there any actual benefits of reading books? Or you can fucking listen to them as an audiobook, or you can watch, like, consume information visually via the videos. I listen audiobooks. Will be another demon form. No, that's too much. That's repeating. I'm so insanely will be still. I understand that they said that they're gonna be no necromancer, but I don't understand how the fuck they're gonna be no necromancer. Yeah, we all need. Which is basically necro, yeah. That's why the fact that you don't have the ascendancy for the necromancy is super weird. Don't want to have a specific class just for the minions. Yeah, I don't get it. But it is a specific class just for the minions. Okay, call it a subclass. It doesn't matter. It's still a specific class for the minions. Everyone has audiobooks. People, I don't know. So, you need an Alienware monitor for this game? Yeah, I don't... apparently. Well, it did look good on this monitor. Guys, we leave. Our world is too comfortable and it's too insane. And for everything now you have audiobooks. And it's too chill and too comfortable, like for real. So I think like either we really need to fly to Mars, or we're gonna kill all life on the planet. My niece monitors are getting burn spots. Which firm? Do you think to write a book? No. No fucking way. I really don't get it. I see how a lot of people are writing a book, whatever professional in their field, like I need to write a book, and I'm like, why? I a little bit don't get it. Thank you so much for following. Science fiction one day. Yeah, you I know, but this is different. This is like you're writing, you have an idea and you're writing the story. There can never be too many science fiction books. But like the people who are writing the books, I don't know. About just their field. That is a little bit weird for me. I'm gonna write a book about streaming, guys. Let's go! Streaming and living in Germany. How? People! Should we finish our giveaway? Mostly how to find a flat. I swear to God. Pray. The only advice that I can give, I was always super lucky with my, so far, I'm so lucky with my flats. I hear the stories that my friends, like people from the community are telling about their I am super lucky. I jinxed it. That's it. I'm doomed. But so far, I'm good. That's why step 1. Pray. Spooky hi. People call it here Franken. They don't like it to be that they are Bavaria. Even the people in Bavaria don't like to be in Bavaria, dude. Dog. Franken. Please. Quiz hi. Happy Chicken Turkey Day. Chicken Turkey Day. Happy Thanksgiving. Franken. Toasted toad. Franken. Legend tells that they were super unhappy. Like there was like a small area with people. They called themselves Franken. And they were conquered eventually they had to join Bavaria, Bayern, and they were unhappy about this, and till now they're fucking unhappy about this, and they're like, we're proud Franken. Is my speech Frankfurt? Frankfurt, the city Frankfurt, actually belongs to the different part of Germany, Hessen, which is called Hessen. And which, oh my gosh, dear Germans, oh my fucking gosh, that is the new video, that is the new godly video on YouTube about Berlin. We can like all watch it and laugh our asses off. I'm not gonna turn it on stream because it's kind of weird. Fuck, it's already starting. I'm just telling you, Doc. I'm just saying. That's literally how the video is started. That's very suspicious. Guys, there is like the most OP German YouTuber that exists in the world, Jules. Mit Fressen in Frankfurt. Yeah. So, and he is now doing the video. He's like OP YouTuber, and he's right now doing the videos like Germany in a nutshell. And the first video he did about like a couple of parts of Germany, like states in Germany, and now he released the second one, and it's going to be about Berlin and about something else. I want to see that Krampus parade. Maybe we'll see it. Kaktus, Frosch, freut mich, wie geht's? No, Doyle, yeah, it will be the normal stream time, but normal stream time for me, in case I'm starting, I will start like at 1 or maybe at 2 p.m. Give it 2:30. Because I want to show you guys when it's still the lights are there. When it's like the daylight, because right now it's already dark. It's 5:30 right now, it's dark. Darkness. So I will be starting like at 2 or 2:30. Can you do the German R sound? No, I have no idea. I can do Russian R sound. It's rrrr. Good luck, everyone. Maxim! Happy Turkey Day! Rrrr. Do you feel the tongue? Rrrr. Rammstein. Rammstein. Und release the bats. Let's go Tuesday, guys, okay? By the way, the majority voted that we're doing Tuesday. That we're doing the Christmas stream on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we're gonna do the Super Christmas stream. I know, it's in Austria. Guys, maybe we'll try also, I know when in Nuremberg this shit is happening, but it's in February. Actually, I saw something similar in February here. I don't know, that's why. Spending the holidays in Germany? Oh, yeah, no. I will, so guys, one of my relatives here in Germany, in Berlin, he will become 18. He was a little boy! The fuck! He will become 18. And he will become the 18 in the end of December. And he, like, the whole family is gathering and the whole family is celebrating. And I will also, I also want to go. Because not every day this motherfucker is becoming 18. And there will be, they're gonna be like the ritual drinking to death competition with all the male members. And now the new male member of the family, officially a male member of the family. And they all will try to die from alcohol poisoning. And yeah, I would love to participate in the event a little bit, watch it from the side, so to say. So yeah, I will be in the end of December. I will be traveling a little bit to witness it, so to say. Record some compromising videos in case to have them in the future when I will need something from this boy. Hi, hoi. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Let's do the giveaway. Let's, goddammit, finish it. It's an X, yeah. Have fun. George, see you, my dear. See you. Exclamation mark PoE giveaway. It's the X giveaway, guys. You're probably there already. It's working. Gandrock, hi. Happy Thanksgiving and happy Turkey Day, guys. If you are alive. Happy Turkey Day! I am happy, guys. I'm happy if you like it. Mother crackers. No, wait, I hope so. Let's try. Looks really cool. I hope so. That's the whole freaking idea. Going nuts, guys. Today is such a day. Ay. Krampus. Whose footage is this? It's my footage from the Gamescom. It is a little bit weird, but no, I mean, yeah, I do understand the angle, please. But that was the only way how to record it. Brace yourself. We're gonna get ourselves the winner. The winner. This is our tweet. I believe so. I definitely believe so. But you need to understand that it was recorded in August. So shit could happen. Shit could change. Brace yourself, guys! Like, retweet. And follow. But follow, we're gonna check. Oh! Let's see! Hopefully! Dante! We got the Dante! Follows you, follows me. Okay. 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 We're texting the Dante, guys. We have the winner 1, but we're gonna have the winner number 2. This is so exciting and so absolutely weird. Let's try again. Let's try again. Fucking scary. Whatever this is. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah, he wants the key. He's retweeting the keys for Path of Exile. Okay, guys, we're gonna contact them. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna contact the winners. And we're gonna be sending out the Path of Exile supporter pack. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Viewer Appreciation Day. Thank you so much. And now, this like official part is over. The giveaway we did. I can go a little bit while no one sees. No one sees. You're not gonna tell anyone? Don't you? You're not gonna tell anyone? I'm gonna go play D4. You saw nothing. Toasted toads, thank you so much. You haven't seen anything. Which the Demon Lady, guys, and I will be in a Demon Lady cosplay next Friday. I will be in a Demon Lady cosplay, like full Demon Lady, blah blah blah, just so the servers will break and I won't be able to play it. Ha! Exactly how it's gonna be. It's not really, you know, kind of like when you're in a cosplay, it's not really comfortable, super comfortable to play. So that's why I'm planning the cosplay for Friday. Not like we will be able to play anyway. 6 minutes till the world boss. We're in T4, which I relatively will be able to do. Maybe. Krampus cosplay next Thursday. Так, so, can you explain this to me? Everyone is so for Krampus. Why? Because I don't know that much. So, guys, I saw the Krampus parade. I saw the beginning, a little bit, the beginning of the Krampus parade, the people with those costumes in Nuremberg last year in February, because it was the carnival. 65 I did. Which means that theoretically here I should also stay alive and have 0 problems. I hope so. I will be a demon lady. I will be absolutely a demon lady.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
Yeah, I know. They were thinking about it for a long time. Great Rifts, after all. Dear people, do you know the information when the Blizzard will be publishing the earnings report? Oh, fuck. Toast the top, thank you so much! Go, 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 go! Go, 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 go! I don't know, something like this. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving Day. Happy Viewer Appreciation Day. Happy Food Coma Day. Happy Turkey Day. Thank you so much, guys. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble. No, I can't. My grandparents were growing the turkeys, but I can't imitate it. Gobble. I'm done. Thank you so much. I do not appreciate misbehaving in my chat. It's a nice day today. So put your shitty opinion somewhere in your ass. Fuck, I need to learn how to swear in a funny way. Gulu gulu. Gulu gulu. Yeah, gulu gulu, I heard. Like, guys, what you spread around you, it returns to you. Don't spread negativity, because you form your... Oh my gosh, I'm going completely nuts. Stick it where the sun don't shine. I'm learning. Like, but I need to, like, swear in funny. That's a skill, guys. That's an important skill. One minute, 30 seconds. All bullshit. I need to masterwork my gear, guys. I'm in a perfect state where I have the really beautiful gear that I can die gloriously, but first I need to masterwork. And then I can for real die gloriously. "12 resolve stacks. But then see, no more extra XP, yeah? Guys, extra XP is over. I don't wanna kill it. After a consideration, I'm fine where I am.
Mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama shark.
I mean, f. So far we're alive. No. So then tomorrow we have like a normal stream, and next week Tuesday we have Christmas stream. Christmas market stream. Guys, are we allowed tomorrow to have the Christmas music or not? Tomorrow the Christmas music will be officially opened. We are allowed also in... No, not here. No. Santa baby, so hurry down the chimney tonight. So good. No, Mariah Carey. Just saying. This is my already. I know. Part of the Christmas. So I have no idea of how it's all working. Part of the Christmas market in Nuremberg, it's already open, but official opening will happen tomorrow. So bunch of it is open, bunch of it is not open. In my little city, also it will be open tomorrow. I think tomorrow they have official opening. Yeah, tomorrow is the 30th. No, tomorrow is 29th. So then Saturday. Guys, this weekend it will be the first Advent. So this weekend, officially, the first candle will be lightened up on a Christmas. No, I lost it. I forgot the word you teached me, but I forgot it again. Something like this. Kreuz. Advent, yeah. Wreath. So yeah. The first candle should lighten up. I think I will unpack today or tomorrow. I will unpack my wreath. I will finally do it.
We're also there. And then we return. Dude. Eat a turkey. And everything will be good. Okay? Eat a turkey and relax. I heard it's helping. Blast ham. I will cook tom yum. Very like Christmas Thanksgiving dish. Really in spirit. But I'm learning how to cook it. So it's the time. That's what the pilgrims ate. Yeah. I did crazy in the drop rates. You died? Because I still have crazy in the drop rates. Factory of Whispers. No, 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 no! Farm me 2 back runes. I don't like it. I don't know, 400 from one bloodmate? That seems quite a lot, no?
It is done.
Okay, okay, okay. But it was too much. Kind of.
Feast, lamb, feast.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
I don't know, guys, but seems like a lot. Thank you so much for following. That hurt. Look at all those cinders. I don't know, like, yeah, it seems still a lot. Don't lose the shout. I'm trying! Happy Turkey Day, guys! Muito love sky high. It's a turkey one. Turkey. Goggle goggle. I saw that half drop me too. And all of this was at least the one on a kick them. Dude! Fuck! This is not the fame that I was hoping for. Damn it. I did it, Rob, and I did it. You know what? Fucking I did it. Loot mats. It's dropping the mats, it's dropping the items, it's dropping some other shit that I don't remember, but I remember that it's important. So ideally you need to do it.
Mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama sharky pururum purum, mama shark.
Targaryen, welcome, welcome, Your Majesty. Oh, that should be Your Highness. I don't know how to call the ruler of the dragons over the dragons. Oh, played all. I played... No, fucking no, I didn't play all. I didn't play Rogue and I didn't play Druid. Everyone else I did. Guys, I'm gonna watch the last episode of The Empress Cry in the Corner, definitely. Then I will watch Arcane, and then I will watch Dune. That's the plan. Spirit and Sorceress. Meditating. House of Dragons season 3. I'm not gonna watch it. I haven't watched the season 2. I'm really sorry, my dear. You're not allowed to unfollow. I can't watch it. The Great on Hulu? What the hell? What's it about? Apparently Dune Prophecy is really good, guys. That was a warm-up. That was a little bit of a warm-up. They need to farm a Bauxite. Our Catherine the Great! When it was released? When it was released? Carnage, happy Turkey Day. What food I should order? Something with a turkey.
Came apart nicely. Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
She's a really interesting woman, guys. Catherine the Great. The Empress, Russian Empress. She killed her husband to rule Russia. As I'm saying, like, wonderful woman. No. He wasn't Peter the Great. It was Pavel. Between Peter the Great and Ekaterina the Great, it's 100 years. Peter the Great, he was... Oh, song. Yeah, sorry, guys. He didn't die. I mean, the husband of Ekaterina, he didn't die. Portuguese barbecue chicken, Akanana's not bad. No, I don't think so. He wasn't Peter, he was Pavel. I think he was Pavel. If I'm not completely crazy, he was Pavel. Her husband. The funny part is that in all of this story, guys, we have the history lesson. The funny part in all of this is that Ekaterina the Great, she was the Russian empress. She was like Victoria in England, and she ruled for the like 30 plus years, like a long. And she was cool. She was the great. She was good. She was good in what she was doing. But she was German. She was German. Actually, when she married in Russia, like when she arrived to Russia, in Russia, she couldn't speak Russian, guys. She learned, but apparently till her whole life she spoke with the accent. And the thing is, yeah, she was a German princess. Her husband was Russian emperor, but she killed him. Because she didn't like him. Smart woman, like for real. It is. Guys, every history is actually, it's really, really interesting. Like if you, it's just the way how you teach it and how you teach it and how you tell it. But actually, that was some completely insane shit happening. It was cool. Families were kind of yeah. Imperial houses. They were really close. They were like super friends. Fuck, this is so sad. Where I watched it? Wait, where I watched it? There was an episode where Dorn, have you watched The Crown? Guys, who watched The Crown? The show was awesome. Highly possible. I need to watch it. I'm gonna throw something at the TV, but I need to watch it. Watch The Crown. Plus, you are like a British citizen. It's interesting how you would see it. But in The Crown, there is like one of the episodes literally showing like how the Russian royal family was killed. No, it's not nice. No matter what you kind of think about it, that they need to kill them. They had to kill them. No, they hadn't. Or like everything, the whole family, like mother, father, 4 daughters, and the son were just killed in a cellar. And plus a couple of their employees, Valentin Kai, who they said that they're not gonna leave. Thank you so Valentin, thank you. And no matter what you think, it's hardcore. It's just hardcore. They were all murdered. And but in The Crown, in this episode of Crown, first of all, they're showing it in this like good way, and second of all, they're showing that the British family, like they were in a good relationship with them, and they knew and everything. What the fuck? Hoi. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm about to risk the life of this character. Someone wanna join? Minya, that's amazing. Maybe you're right. Thank you so much for following. Food coma! This is the day of the food coma. It's the turkey day. I'd probably die in Infernal Hearts. This is the place where I died the last time.
Impressive, unfortunately.
Wait, guys, I'm not reading chat. I'm really sorry, but I'm not reading chat because I'm really hoping not to die. This is hardcore. And last time I literally died here. But I have, guys, 2k armor. Not maxed resistances.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see. Come back and see us.
Pointer. Happy Turkey Day. No, I don't! Oxy, jump in! I don't want to do shit! But what a life without some suffering. Living in medieval times would have been interesting with all the mysticism and glory. All the danger would suck you to my Babalazo, fucking hell, guys. Living in medieval times, you would be dead already. No, there is no such thing as living medieval times would be interesting. You would be, there is a 90% chance, how old are you? There is a 90% chance that you would be already dead. I'll be already dead. Everyone would be already dead. Yeah, no, we don't. We have antibiotics. You become a glorious knight. You would die even faster because you would die on a duel, on a stupid some fight because a woman said yes, no, maybe, I don't know, like, but you would die. You would already die. I don't know what to press. Cupcake. It was nice knowing you. Now you will become a legend. No! This is zombie apocalypse, guys, all over. You think that you would be this hero in a zombie apocalypse who would be fighting the zombies. You will not! You 99.9% chance you will be a zombie. You will be a fucking zombie. That's it. You are not Neo. You are the one who is in a capsule and machines are pooping on you. You are not Neo. Scorpion, hi. So you better just appreciate where you are right now. Predator, thank you. Happy Turkey Day. Amelia, hi. Happy Turkey Day. You know fucking what? I really appreciate how the hairs turns out and this whole combination turns out, because today I spent also the time to putting it all together to kleben, how it's called in English. Gluing it all together, exactly. Not so much different than being a Twitch zombie. You see, you're already a zombie. You're already a zombie. And you think that you're gonna be fighting all of this. Ha!
Turkey Demon Witch talked. I'm happy. I'm interested. No, I'm a purple Predator. I'm explaining the chat that you're not gonna be fighting zombies. When zombie apocalypse will happen, you're not gonna be fighting zombies. You're gonna be the zombie. 99.9% chance you're gonna be the zombie. For Turkey, Android in happy Turkey Day. Super, super happy. Amelia, we're so far alive. That's good. Only Brad Pitt will survive. He may be. He might be. Guys, there is the... you all know, and some of you played maybe Metro 2033. Some of you maybe read it. I read it. And the thing is that, you know who fucking survived the apocalypses? It's just pure luck. It's not skill. It's fucking luck. The people who were in Metro. In the moment when the bombs or whatever hit. Why would you like to survive? Because no, I just in general like living. Where are you from? Amelia, I am originally from Moldova. My native language is Russian, but currently I live in Germany. Ah! I do play other RPGs as well. No, Rest of the Week is still RPG. We'll go in there. We'll all be dead. We wouldn't even realize what hit us. And boom, dead. Yeah, that's kind of the scenario. Happy Turkey Day! I'll be the mutant that survives! When I read the book, guys, people, good old fucking days. When I read Metro 2033, I lived in Moscow and I used the stupid metro every single day. And I was literally, for quite a long time, like half a year after I read the book, I was calculating my odds on this station. It's like a good station. Am I gonna survive here? Am I gonna be good here? Or this is a bad station? This is a good station to leave? Yeah. The zombie boss you need to kill in the end of the apocalypse. I like the dudes who believe that the metro was created by the worms, by the space worms. Like the tunnels were created. Or even Arizona might be actually safe. Nobody will bother us. Nothing is happening in Canada, by the way. People, no, like recently, viewers from Canada, guys, you're telling me that you have there some shit with your prime minister. Zero ideas. Zero. Your news, they never make it. They never go out from Canada. I'm really sorry, but officially, nothing is happening in Canada. I watch like every week. There is a dude who is doing like the news, all like the dude who is gathering the highlights like from the news all over the world, and he is doing like the little episode where he's putting like all of those news together. Canada never. I don't remember the last time Canada was there. Sort of a real country anyway. No, I believe. And that's why you're not giving anyone visas. You do not allow anyone to enter. Suspicious people, just saying. Amelia, you do not do it during the stream. I'm not gonna answer to you during the stream. Never promote your services during the stream. Does not exist here. Not bothering, but just like it's just not gonna work out. Horrors. But now let's freaking do not this. And the city. And the city is okay. I just need some stupid abducted. I just need to upgrade my character. Master working, master working, master working.
Father bless. What do you need?
No.
Let's go salvage.
Yes!
Unexpected.
Oh my gosh!
Not bad.
Guys, I'm gonna master work it. I'm gonna master work it. It feels like I'm about to die. Goggle, goggle. Some ultimate goggle, goggle here. Should need maximum life. On you, I also need maximum life.
That there is worth the coin.
Okay, I can live with you. Goggle, goggle.
Unexpected.
I've seen the autumn sale on Steam.
It is done.
I am thinking and considering my options. And the city. My Discord is also Anarchic Live. They are as well. I don't know how much I have. It's cool to have a baby tiger and then a big tiger on which you're riding. And this is glorious. I have one. Super rich. We can do it. Big tiger. Baby tiger. Perfecto. Chicken, always chicken. What is this question? Doner goes only with chicken. What should I eat, guys? Today's a Thanksgiving. What should I eat? No, then it's a chicken because it's the closest. I think sushi. Pizza is kinda sushi. I can call it Turkey sushi, exactly. Mashed potatoes. Stuffing. Yeah, does all of this include sushi, guys? I recently craved for like Asian cuisine and I like really like it. And I'm trying to learn also how to cook it. So I tried in one place Tom Yum. I really liked it. So I went to this place and I tortured them, yeah, to like how to cook it. Germany has good Asian cuisine. Yeah, it's super tasty, but I'm not gonna say that it's like Asian. I personally think like, and I know it because like I talked with Asians here and they said like what here people are cooking in the Asian restaurants, it's not actually Asian because it was already adjusted to make it more suitable for Germans. But yeah, I like it. I mean, it's tasty. Can't complain. Weird, not working. Westernized Asian food, pretty much. It is less spicy. I'm pretty sure it's less spicy. And I kind of can't compare. Like, I need to go to Japan and try it all. Oh. Gonna have food budget. Japan food budget. I don't know. I was an anime fan back in the days. When I was a teenager. Now I'm like, there is some particular animes that I like. I follow them and I like them and they mean something for me, but I'm not into anime and I'm not planning to, like, the girl who I know, she's like flying to Japan next year and she's planning to buy the whole Japan there. She is planning to bring the whole Japan with back home. I'm not actively planning a trip to Japan, but I'm just like checking the deals and like, maybe there would be nice tickets. Then I would be happy to go. But yeah, I really, really want. I need to, I don't know, like sit and actually plan it, but so far I just really, really want to go. Gonna get sushi in Japan. Yeah, gonna get the ramen wagyu, like beef, the insane beef. I want to go to Japan again. And my personal insanity, guys, they have this insane obsession with their like fruits and vegetables. They're making them perfect and sell them for shit tons of money. I want the best, the most expensive tomatoes in the world. They're selling them in Japan and I want them. And yeah. Reading katakana in Japan. Wagyu. Must try it. Sub it out and bring it back. Also true. Oh my gosh, I've seen. There is a video, guys. This is like a poetry. Like a dude cooking sushi. Oh. Japanese people, like, they are perfectionists to the insanity. Like the dude 30 years straight is cooking sushi. Oh, so good. And he's always like trying to perfect himself. So, but I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to cook it at home a little bit. But I'm searching like for the ingredients and torture random Asians so they would tell me the secrets of their cuisine. Like fugu, I don't care about fugu. I don't have the desire to try it at all. But tomatoes. Everyone at the arcade. No, I love sushi. Predator wasn't like understandable why. I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but I banned someone on YouTube. It's not a ban, by the way, because YouTube doesn't have a fucking ban. YouTube is insane. But I did my best. I'm gonna then later get some shit. End up like getting some shit somewhere, but shit happens. What a day without a ban. Read, hi. YouTube travel videos, people eating their food. I'm kinda... Big congested cities full of tight rules, so everyone pretends to like you. Point and Black, you know that the same shit Slavic people are saying about Europeans. That Europeans are always smiling because they and that's not sincere. Or Americans, you're horrible. In case Turkey people, you're horrible because they're always smiling and it's not real. It's fake. But you know what I want to tell you? As a person who like lived in Russia and moved here and who like also people here are smiling way more than in Russia, but we are not even close here in Germany to the way how the people are smiling in America. In America, people are smiling even more. And my point is, it's way more comfortable to live when everyone is smiling around you. Even if it's fake, I don't give a damn. Like, the truth to be told, I absolutely don't give a damn. Is it sincere or is it not sincere? Plus, I do believe that it's sincere because after a while, like, you're getting used to it, and I guess it is. It's just how the people are grew up here. And it's just nice. It's just way nicer. Hard to trust people because of it. Don't know. Why? Why wouldn't you? Back for you sincere, so you will be still smiling. You grew up like this. You are friendly. Shonen tak noch. You are friendly motherfuckers. All of this that the people are smiling to you in the supermarket. And I know what I'm talking about. Because I grew up differently. Because if I do not control myself, I have a Russian bitch face. Because, no, that's how I was raised. It's when I push rifts that I have.
I do this. So much good I would have done. So much good.
Plus and minuses. On the other hand, the people in America super like smiling, but you're super also talkative. You talk a lot. At least in some parts of America. Yeah, people love to talk out here. Yeah, we don't talk. Like in Germany, Germany and Russia, we don't talk with strangers. The mothers teach us. The mothers teach us. That you shouldn't talk with strangers. It's fucking dangerous. You learn it from your childhood. You don't do this. Ugh.
Come in, I don't bite. Not like I used. You take care now.
We gotta get into heated arguments. That much I don't know. Cautious of the visit to Japan. What I don't think we ever really understood before. What does this mean? For me as well. It days like for real, dude! The character was chosen. Or considerate in manner. Yeah, guys, the thing is, it's not fake. It's the part of the... It's becoming a part of you. You are raised like this. You are... It's just the way how the people behave. It's like... They do not do it, like, you know, consciously. They wanna trick you. They wanna fake. They wanna... They know that they have to smile because of... No. They being raised like this. It's just because like they like this is the norms of the social life there, and that's it. Because you are raised differently. And in Russia, why are you smiling? Wanna get a punch? That's normal. That's no in some places. In Russia, it's not quite fully socially approved to smile the fuck that much. Thank you so much for following. Happy Turkey Day. So I just really like when people are more smiley and they're smiling. Even though people would say like Germans are more holding back, so to say, that Germans are not really showing their emotions. Once again, income basement! Germans are wonderful. Zurückhalten. Nah, you're okay, guys.
I need no past. Only heart cannot
Predator, have a cool work. Okay, I don't have anything anymore. No documents. Ravage, hi. No legal documents in Germany. Was a good motivation. Ravage, happy Turkey Day! Happy Turkey Day!
Sturdy and balanced. Damn fine piece.
Thank you so much for following.
Take me home.
My glory days aren't over yet.
I'm relatively sad. Maybe. I don't know the specifics. I don't know like why specifically, like historically was Oktoberfest was announced. Maybe it's just to drink shit tons of, but kind of. Time-wise, it's just too early to be a harvest festival. What we have, and this is Godla. Because Oktoberfest, guys, is happening actually in September. Isn't this a little bit too early to be the harvest festival? I don't know. So guys, German festivals, let's go. The biggest. Christmas, people are it's the whole, you are celebrating it here for the whole month, and there are a bunch of shit connected with this. It's amazing. In February, there is Carnival in some parts of Germany, not everywhere, but where I am, they're gonna be the Carnival. It's amazing. And there's summer festivals, and every stupid fucking village has village, town, everywhere there will be some summer festival. And you pretty much can every single weekend go to the from the festival to the festival. Every weekend you can be somewhere. Winter festival, yeah. Carnival. Carnival in February, yeah. Here we go. And then Oktoberfest. This is like the biggest, but yeah. But during the summer you can party pretty much all the time. Non-stoppy. No, right now Christmas is the whole month. Oktoberfest is also, it's like 3 weeks. Germans like to party. Yeah, one of the most drinking nations. How about Pete? 70. German drinking songs. Hi, hi. Ravage, thank you so much. Pretty much that we're going on a party. Yeah, a second. I don't think that people sing on the festivals.
Blood Mile, yeah, every day, Path of Exile and D4. I'm trying to do both, but seems like it's insane. But I'm trying. There's actually other song, like super, like it was more about drinking. Or maybe not. Yeah, pretty much. No, I got Colossal. Thank God I got Colossal. I'm just leveling them. It's time to die. Viking song. Oh, this one is amazing. This one is... It's also drinking song, guys. I am the one who's controlling the music. I'm controlling everything. I am Anna. Frau mit Kids. Beautiful people who is a fan of Slaughter to Prevail. They have the new interview. They released the new interview. First one. Consider everyone but do what you must. What?
Thank you so much. No. This one is better. Got my runes? Nope. But I didn't die. So hope you like. Hope you are happy. Okay, the last one. I must have worked it.
What's left?
The last one. Did you triple it? No. Gib dir zu leben, als wartet morgen der Tod, morgen schon der Tod. Hopefully. I'm going and not dying. Gott ist tot, ich bin geblieben und mein Gebot das 11. ist, das 11. Gebot. Gib wieder zu leben, es wird morgen der Tod, morgen schon der Tod. Gib wieder zu leben. Almost there. I'm too afraid. I'm too afraid. I'm pretty sure I can. But now I'm a scared turkey, guys, because I died so many times. I'm afraid to do any weird moves.
My hammer sings on your return.
Not a bad pull, that. Oh, shame that. Go one more?
But the fear is still there. Here we go. Like, I'm pretty sure I can, but scary, scary. No, we have to do one more. We have to do one more. Now it's Pete. We just have to. Und zu Vergnügen. You are late! He's too quick. Doch wir looking up on drinks so she's thing. Glorreich. Okay, guys, German is the best language ever! Thank you. Not too bad. Guys, slowly but surely. 240 on hardcore. So beautiful. I'm disappearing in the darkness. It's becoming itchy, truth to be told. It's becoming itchy. And it's time to un-itchy it all. But I'm wishing you, I hope it was a little bit funny, and I'm wishing you a nice Turkey Day. Who is celebrating Happy Turkey Day? Who is not celebrating Happy Food Coma Day? Eat today something tasty. It's a nice day. Why not? Don't forget, it's the Steam Black Friday day as well. There are sales on Steam. So get yourself something sexy. And we're gonna continue tomorrow. Normal stream, not going outside. It's poo-poo outside, so we're staying inside. And on Tuesday, hype is building. We are doing our Christmas stream. Hopefully tomorrow I'm gonna pick up the selfie stick. You can unpack it. Fancy, but hopefully cool selfie stick. So yeah. Poo-poo also here. It's everywhere. Don't worry, it's everywhere. We had like, I think, and tomorrow it will be +4 and clouded and So have a nice evening, guys. 8 days till Path of Exile. See you guys, see you guys tomorrow. Stay strong, jumping into the raid. Stay awesome. And thank you so much. Like for real. Today's the day when you are being grateful for the things in your life. Thank you so much, guys, for being my viewers and for staying with me all this time. Turkey, thank you.